Good morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, April 11th, 2023 HPB meeting. We are here on a rainy day. We're still missing one of our board members who we hope will be here soon, but we're okay to get started. So before we begin, I'll just read a brief outline of how our meeting structure will work. Item by item, we'll have the staff present new items and describe their recommendations, at which time the board will have a chance to ask any questions or clarifications of the staff. And then we'll have the applicant come up to the podium and make their presentation within a limited time and then take a seat. The board at that point can gather any questions we may have for the applicant and put our questions forward to the applicant. The applicant can come back to the lectern and address all of those questions and then once again have a seat. Then we'll open up to a public hearing. Anyone in the audience who would like to make a comment or on Zoom, you're welcome to. And the applicant will have a chance for rebuttal if necessary without necessarily reopening their whole presentation. And then we'll get on to our board member comment. And that's where our board will go one by one presenting their comments on the application, ending with the chair. Hopefully we'll be ready for a motion and a vote, and we'll move on to the next one. So we'll try to stick to that for our own efficiency here so we can get everybody in and out safely, dryly, and quickly. So with that, I'll pass it over to Debbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the board and members of the public here today. Before we get started, just one quick announcement. We will be a 6-member board today. Ms. Weinstein-Berman will be absent today. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nick Kalergis from the City Attorney's Office to read the meeting notice and the notice regarding lobbyist registration.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board will be conducted in a hybrid format with members of the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Anyone wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Before I swear in the public, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to swear in any members of the public and any members of staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. With that, we have the first item is the approval of the March 14th minutes. Do we have a motion? Okay. Seconded by Mr. Breslin. All those in favor? Okay. Thank you. Just one quick update. Item number 8, which was a discussion item regarding rooftop additions in the RM3 zoning district. We are continuing that to the May 9th meeting. So just want to, I think the online agenda was updated, but the printed agenda is not, so any members of the public wishing to speak on that item or interested in that item, May 9th will be the date where we discuss that. Okay, moving on, I think we can go to the regular agenda, which is HPB 230563.
This is 1745 Lenox Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition and renovation of the existing single-family home, including the construction of an attached rear addition and variances from the minimum setbacks and lot coverage requirements. The subject single-family home was constructed in 1951 and designed by architect Don Reef in the post-war modern style of architecture. The applicant is requesting approval for the construction of an attached rear addition and related variances as part of the renovation of the existing home. Staff is highly supportive of the proposed project, which includes the retention of the contributing single-family home and a modest rear addition that will not be visible from Lenox Avenue. Additionally, the applicant is requesting the following variances. A variance to reduce by 2 feet 11 inches the minimum required side interior setback of 7 feet 6 inches in order to construct an attached addition at a setback of 4 feet 7 inches from the south property line. Also, a variance to exceed by 21 feet 7 inches the maximum linear extension of a non-conforming interior side setback in order to construct an addition with an extension of 41 feet 7 inches along the north side of the home. The existing home has non-conforming side setbacks and was also not constructed parallel to the side property lines. Non-conforming setbacks can be extended if they are at least 5 feet. However, the existing south side setback is 4 feet 9 inches, and the resulting setback, including the new addition, is 4 feet 7 inches. Along the north side of the home, the existing setback is greater than 5 feet and can be extended for up to a maximum of 20 feet in length, where the applicant is proposing a linear extension of 41 feet 7 inches. Staff finds the variance requested are warranted due to the unique configuration of the contributing home and believes that the placement of the addition will greatly minimize any impact on the existing home and the surrounding historic district. Finally, the applicant is requesting a variance to exceed by 6.4% the maximum permitted lot coverage of 30% in order to provide a lot coverage of 36.4%. Staff would note the existing residents, if the existing residents were located outside of a local historic district, the retention of the existing home would allow for a lot coverage of up to a maximum of 40% as an incentive to retain the home. Since the property is located within a local historic district, the owner is not eligible for this incentive. Considering the unique challenges associated with the renovation of the contributing home, staff is supportive of the modest lot coverage variance request and recommends approval of the application.
Thanks, Sheikh, and staff is available for any questions.
Good morning, and thank you for your attention. My name is Adele Valencia with LSN Law, located at 3800 Northeast 1st Avenue in Miami, Florida. Along with Tracy Slavens, I represent Dr. and Mrs. Roth, who are here today. They are the longtime homeowners of a contributing structure in the Palm View Historic District in Miami Beach. The property is located at 1745 Lenox Avenue. It's zoned RS4. It's a single-family residential home. The lot size is approximately 8,000 square feet, and the property is actually walking distance to Dr. Roth's offices, where he has long worked as an optometrist in this community. The home was built in 1951 and was designed by Donald J. Reif. Only minor enhancements have been made to this home over its entire life, including the addition of a fence, the painting of the exterior, and air conditioning. The most distinctive historic feature is the split-level style of architecture, common in mid-century design. Dr. and Mrs. Roth have owned this home since 1993, and they've maintained it to the best of their ability. As you can see from this historic photo from the early 1950s, the Roths have been great stewards of this home, and they've been very faithful in maintaining the original design. This is the current site plan of the home. The home is approximately 1,722 square feet. Please note that the building is irregularly placed on the property. In other words, the building lines are not parallel to the property lines, causing setback issues that have existed since the home was constructed in 1951. The owners now wish to enhance their home with an addition of 1,304 square feet, including an outdoor deck. The proposed rear addition will allow living space from which they can enjoy their backyard and pool without altering the character of their home. The long rectangular shape of the lot easily accommodates a pool, deck, and yard space in the rear. As a contributing structure in an historic district, the Roths face restrictions that are not applicable to contributing structures outside of historic districts. In order to make the requested addition, several variances are necessary, including a variance from section 142-106A2E3 to exceed the maximum 20-foot linear extension located in a non-conforming setback by 21 feet 7 inches in order to continue the existing non-conforming side setback for a linear distance of 41 feet 7 inches. A variance from section 142-106A2C2 to reduce the required setback from 7 feet 6 inches by 2 feet 11 inches in order to construct the new addition of at a 4 foot 7 inch setback from the south side property line. The third and final variance we are requesting is from section 142-105B1 to exceed the maximum allowable lot coverage of 30% for a 2-story home by 6.4% or 512 square feet for a total lot coverage of 36.4%. This is the proposed site plan, and it illustrates the variances requested in their context. So the first variance, highlighted in green on the north side of the property, illustrates the request to exceed the maximum 20-foot linear extension. The new addition will exceed what is allowable due to the irregular shape of the rear portion of the Roth's residence and the owner's desire to preserve that historically significant front facade. The second variance is also highlighted in green on the south side of the property. It's to reduce the required setback of 7 feet 6 inches by 2 feet 11 inches in order to construct the new addition at a 4 foot 7 inch setback. While the new addition is proposed to continue the Roth's residence's existing building line, due to the property's irregular placement on the lot, it encroaches on the south property line the farther east it goes. The third and final variance requested is to exceed the maximum allowable lot coverage by 6.4% for a total lot coverage of 36.4% as illustrated on this slide. You can see that there's still ample yard space behind. The property is narrow and the allowable expansion of contributing structures in historic districts is highly restrictive. Thus, in order for the new addition to accommodate adequate space for the owners, it must extend farther east and cover more of the lot. This is a rendering of the proposed elevations and context from the east and west views of the home. Please note again that the historically significant facade is perfectly intact. These are the proposed elevations for the sides of the home from the north and the south. Please note that the roof line continues uninterrupted seamlessly from the existing home through the proposed addition. These are some neighboring properties on Lenox Avenue for context. The proposed addition preserves the historic character of the neighborhood. As the Miami Design Preservation League stated in their support for this application, the project is, quote, sensitive and compatible in the existing structure and surrounding neighborhood, end quote. This is a view of the proposed addition from the Roth's backyard. This tasteful addition is offered by applicants who are longstanding members of this community, appreciate the historic quality of their neighborhood, and love the lifestyle Miami Beach offers. With your support, they can enhance their home and remain residents for another 30 years, at least. Thank you for your attention and consideration. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Does the board have any questions for the applicant? If so, I'd ask that we get them all out at once and then have the applicant respond to them all. Brian?
Can you just give us a little further clarification on the situation of the house, like in the sense that it isn't parallel? Can you just give us a little more color on that?
Yeah, I think
We'll let you respond in just a second. Any other questions to get out? Ray?
My question, I have no problem with the first two variances, but the third variance, I mean, why do we need 6.4% more than is allowed in the lot coverage? It seems to me like we wouldn't necessarily have to require that, and that's not a hardship.
Okay, we have one more question over here. Oh, I'm sorry, we'll go back to Stuart. Go ahead.
And I just wanted to know, has there been outreach to the neighbors? Obviously, I know they get the mailings, but discussions with neighbors or support from them, I'd like to hear about that.
Okay, thanks. Stuart?
Sure. I'd like to know particularly what would support a finding by the board that each of the criteria for variances in Section 118-353D are satisfied by this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you'd like to go ahead.
So, Mr. Ehrlich, I think that the slide that illustrates this best is this one, right? It's off kilter, it's askew, Because in 1951, when they were constructing this home, they didn't manage to make the building line parallel to the property line. You can kind of see it better on my computer, but it leans it leans lower, so southward, the farther west it goes, if that makes sense. It's not parallel. So it created an existing nonconformity when it was built, and in order to extend it, we have to continue the line, and it continues that existing nonconformity. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Mr. Breslin, the question around the 6.4% more, I understand, but given the parameters of the lot, I think that it's narrow, and the most critical architectural feature is this facade. And so in order for the Roths to make an investment that makes sense financially and accommodates the needs of a modern home, they need to cover more of the backyard. I think they're just constrained by the physics of their lot. Does that make sense? I don't know if Tracy, you have something.
And I think also to add on to that, because it's in a historic district, the ability to expand the home is limited, whereas if this contributing structure was outside of a historic district, they could go up to a 60% lot coverage. So it's almost an unfair application of the law. The homeowners located within the historic districts are penalized in their historic preservation efforts of their homes. They cannot enjoy the types of expansion rights that the same home located a few blocks away would be able to have. And I think that's something that we've discussed at length with staff. That was part of the reason why we did include this variance, because it limits the amount of investment otherwise, if you were to follow the code, that a person would be able to invest in their home and make it worthwhile, make it livable for them in the long term. And I believe that staff is contemplating code changes potentially to address this issue.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I respond also to Mr. Breslin's question? So there's a couple things. In what Tracy was describing was, in just one clarification, if you retain an architecturally significant home that's not within a local historic district, or if you individually designate your home that's not in a historic district, you automatically, at a staff level, get 40% lot coverage for a two-story home. So we don't, I think we are discussing this at a policy level. No decisions have been made to potentially allow contributing buildings in historic districts to also avail themselves of those incentives. To encourage people to put work into their home, to repair their home, to make their home more resilient. That bump in lot coverage, we think, may be, something that incentivizes people in historic districts. We don't want to be seen as penalizing a home that's in a historic district versus a home that's outside of a historic district. The other, I think, aspect of this is if this was a one-story home, which primarily the vast majority of this home is one story, and so is the addition, they would automatically get up to 50% lot coverage. So I think another unique factor here is that it's primarily a one-story home. It has a small portion that is 2 stories. That small portion that is 2 stories makes it a 2-story home. So that takes the lot coverage from 50% down to 30%. And so we did believe that there were some real practical difficulties and hardships into keeping the historic home, restoring the historic home, and also expanding it to be more compatible with the owner's lifestyle.
Thank you for that explanation.
And Ms. Lovell, you asked about the outreach to neighbors. There has been extensive outreach by the Roths with their neighbors, many of whom have updated recently their own homes on Lenox Avenue, and they haven't encountered any opposition. In fact, they've facilitated the updating of other historic homes in their neighborhood, been supportive. So I don't think there's any angst or ire about it. And additionally, it's not going to be visible from the front yard, right? When you drive down Lenox Avenue, you're not going to even notice that an addition was made. The fourth and final question came from Mr. Reed. Thank you for your question. It was around why we meet the criteria for hardship. So in our letter of intent, we review each criteria in turn that you referenced, that special conditions exist that are peculiar to this applicant's land, We've gone over some of them. It's a contributing structure in an historic district, which creates additional limitations on what can be done. And we've also discussed the narrow lot width, which resulted in existing non-conforming setbacks from the time the property was built. These special, yes. Yes, sir. Page 3. Yes, sir.
I think
No.
January 24th, 2023 is the date of the letter. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at a different one. Yes, you're correct.
Yes, sir, you do. It's in your packet. Yes, sir. And on page 3, starting with number 1, midway down the page. So we've discussed some of the reasons that we meet the first point. The second is that the special conditions were not created by the applicant. So we've shared that the home was built in 1951 and that the Roths have been living there since 1993. So these nonconformities existed well before they moved into the home. They did not create them. The next piece is that granting this requested variance would not confer upon the applicant any special privileges. On the contrary, granting this request will allow people who really respect the historic quality of both the neighborhood and their home to modernize and upgrade the home so that they can live there for the rest of their lives. It does not confer upon them any special privileges. And we've heard about the contrast between how contributing structures are treated within historic districts and outside of them. The next piece of criteria is literal application of the city's standards would result in unnecessary hardship. Indeed, if we apply it literally, what you're doing is creating a perverse disincentive for people to invest in contributing structures within historic districts. It makes it much harder to modernize them and help them meet the needs of modern-day families. Next, the variance would be the minimum necessary for a reasonable use of the land, building, or structure. We respectfully submit, and the Miami Design Preservation League agrees, that this is a sensitive and compatible request for a modest rear addition, that design and massing and architecture does not disrupt or offend the style and rather blends seamlessly with what the Palm View Historic District is trying to preserve. Next, the variance would be in harmony with the general intent of the city's regulations. We submitted that it would be. These are longtime residents who love their community and walk to work, which is the Miami Beach dream. Finally, the granting of this variance would be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and does not reduce the minimum levels of service established for the comprehensive plan. The proposed addition is totally compatible with the city's comprehensive plan and will not intensify the existing use of the property. Instead, the variance will allow the owners to remain in their beloved home for years to come. Does that answer your question, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
If I may, I'd like to ask one more question, which is, what's on the second floor? I don't seem to see stairs on the first floor plan nor a second floor plan.
Thank you for noting that. We're in the process of changing architects, but as you walk into the home, there's a really lovely mantel that Mrs. Roth is quite fond of. It's very charming and part of this kind of mid-century style. And immediately behind it, there are stairs up to this sort of split level, very modest second floor. They have 2 grown children whom they raised in this home, who return to visit frequently, and I think, I don't know if it's a bedroom, I'm not sure, but.
I believe sheet A1 shows the steps to the lofted area.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I guess we'll go on to any disclosures to be made from the board? No? Then we'll ask Debbie to open up the public discussion.
Okay. Any members of the public on Zoom, please raise your hand. Any members of public in the audience, please step forward.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Matthew Galtanoff, and I'm representing the Miami Design Preservation League. We support the project based on staff's recommendations, and we thank the applicant for their investment in this historic single-family home. The project is sensitive and compatible with the existing structure and the surrounding neighborhood. With that, we support the staff recommendations and the approval of the certificate of appropriateness and the variances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Galtanoff. We have one person on Zoom, Mitch Novick. Good morning, Mitch.
Hi, Mitch. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mitch, if you could, you lowered your hand, so I don't believe Mitch is speaking on this particular.
Okay, wait.
Here you are. Okay, we hear you, Mitch.
Mitch, do you so swear?
Yes, I affirm
Okay.
to tell the truth.
You have 3 minutes.
My name's Mitch Novick. I once chaired your board for 5 years, going back over 20 years ago. I fully support this project, and I urge you to approve it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. I do not see any other members of the public wishing to comment at this time. So we can close the public hearing and open it up to board discussion.
Okay, would someone like to start? Right?
Well, I'd like to commend the owners of this property. You owned this property before it became a historic district. And it's not like you're, a carpetbagger that moved in and says, okay, I want to change everything. So I fully support this, and I think you've done a great job.
I appreciate the presentation. I could see it's a very well-designed home, and I appreciate the background about these are good neighbors, and I know that just about everybody in the room is going to support it, except for me, and I'll tell you why, because I like to treat everybody equally, okay? And when it comes to variances, everybody knows that I don't think it's a giveaway. It's not just because we think it's a good project that we grant the variance. A variance means that you're saying, we're going to let them go beyond what the law allows. We're going to let them go beyond what the law allows. We didn't, and as a quasi-judicial board, even though many of us on the board are design experts, architects, and I learn a lot from you, and I appreciate and I rely on your opinions. We're here to enforce the law as it's written, and variances are only allowed under the conditions that particular section I asked about, 118-353D, about variances. In order to authorize a variance, the board shall find that. And in order to make a finding, there needs to be evidence before us. And maybe it's just because of my limited cognitive skills why I don't make these findings, because it's, they're in front of me in your presentation for everybody else to make their decision. But special conditions exist that are peculiar to the land. And the special condition, I understand, is that the land is in a historic district, so it's unfair. I don't buy that. It's sort of like saying the guy next door to me is in a commercial district, and he can have a shop, but I'm only like 50 feet away in a residential district. How unfair is that I can't have commercial? The laws apply. And the historic preservation laws apply to this particular property. So to just say the special condition is that it's in a historic district, I'm not convinced. I'm not going to go through all of these, because I appreciate that it is a beautiful house and it's going to look nice. But I think that we're doing a disservice to the city and everybody, that variances are pretty much given just because we like a project, or the neighbors don't complain, or it's really not that big a deal. And none of those are laid out as justifications in the law for granting a variance. And so I think everybody should stay in their lanes, including the Historic Preservation Board. And our lane is to approve projects that comply with the law. If the law doesn't fit, the commission can amend the law. So I've said enough already. Good luck to all of you. But I think that granting one variance, we give away variances like candy. And and that leads to overdevelopment. Overdevelopment isn't always a tall tower or something. Overdevelopment means that, hey, we're letting people come closer to their neighbors than the law allows, or occupy more of their lot size than the law allows. And it shouldn't be so easy. We need to make findings according to the law that the criteria have been met.
Thank you, Stuart. I'll let the applicants know we're not doing any more back and forth. If you'd like to be comfortable and take a seat, you're welcome to.
Okay, thank you.
John.
Well, first of all, thank you for your work on this project and for presenting us with, I think, a very nicely scaled addition to your house. I would just say, in terms of, just because Stuart and I are so close to each other, next to each other, I just want to say that variances are exactly that they are variances. And one of the interesting things about this board is that we rely on the opinions of experts, and our evidence and findings, which you talk about, come from the staff. And we were just talking about how, before this started, I was just mentioning that, Debbie's been doing this since 2014, and I started that same year in my first round on the board, and it was just I've seen how the staff works very, very hard to kind of provide us with evidence to support their variances. So it's one thing to talk about the variances as being given out willy-nilly, but we're actually listening to the advice of professionals, which we're required by law to do. And that's where, if you take you need other evidence besides your own to understand how you make your decision. So if somebody else comes up, an architect, an engineer, we have other forms of evidence and professionals, experts who we rely on, we listen to them and their context. So I would just say this is a great example of the staff going through the evidence and providing us with findings that support the variances that have been requested. And I won't go through any more, but I just think when you were discussing this, that nuance that we have experts, that we are listened to and that we evaluate their opinions and other experts, that they're part of this process. And they're a very important part of this process. And I think Debbie's kind of conversation about, historic building outside of the district, and I'm not denying your perfect right to your own opinion. I'm just saying that to suggest that this board doesn't have experts who we listen to for advice on variances, and we just do this kind of willy-nilly, is not exactly the entire picture, because we do have very, very important work done by our incredible staff. So with that, I'll just say I think this is a great project, and I like Rick's questions, because I followed the stairs, but I did not follow the stair to the second floor. So thank you.
I guess my comment is also in response to Stuart's comments, and just kind of in listening to his assessment, which I think, there's some valid points that he makes. But then I'm kind of, in thinking through this here, what I also come back to is, what is the precedent of this board doing, making a similar variance for a historic property that is in a similar situation, in the last 3-5 years, whatever, something like that. So I totally am, to be clear, I believe in fairness, but if there are situations that have happened in, the previous years, and the determination was made that, to the gentleman's point, that there are certain reasons that we do grant a variance because this is the nature of what this board is, then I would just ask our staff and my colleagues who've been on this board for longer than I have for, some testimony telling me that, yeah, we have actually made this kind of exception before.
So we talked a little bit about, or Stuart talked a little bit about what we as a board are tasked with, and I'll cite to the statute here, our city code, to authorize variances of the land development regulations that will not be contrary to the public interest, and where a literal enforcement of a provision of these land development regulations would result in an unnecessary and undue hardship. And I think in this case, again, like Dean Stewart said, not Stuart Reed, like Dean Stewart said, that, you know, our evidence presented by staff is that in this instance, if it were a one-story structure, it would be operating under different rules. And if it were outside of a historic district, it would be operating under different rules. And the fact that it has this one piece that we think is maybe a bedroom, I mean, on the plans, it's, the rendering, it's very small. You're looking at, literally a bedroom or a small room that's up there, I imagine, that makes it a two-story structure, and therefore they fall into this 30% rule versus the 50% rule. Looking at that and taking that into consideration, that is where I agree that a variance, is applicable, and granting that variance, and then obviously continuing the line of the property or the line of the structure itself, even though it kind of runs at an angle to the line of the property, and granting a variance there that is in conformity with the nonconformity makes sense to me. And I think that does, based on the recommendations from staff, satisfy the criteria that we have to follow in order to grant a variance. And so for that reason, I'm in support of it.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. I think also a very nice presentation and the proposal, and really appreciate the homeowners having taken care of this house for as long as you have, and finally getting around to making probably a long-awaited, I can imagine, expansion to the house. So congratulations. It looks like a very lovely addition. The question of variances is, of course, we're sensitive to it, and I think part of our role here is to reflect the spirit of the law, sometimes more than the letter of the law. Maybe that's personal, but I do look for an understanding as to why the encroachments are as they are. Why do we have to get at these variances? The one that I might question is the extension of the nonconforming side setback, because the code allows an additional 20 feet, right? But we're going beyond that. Say, well, why are we going beyond that? Well, maybe it's because the design of the house would be further limited in some way. Maybe it has to do with the roof design. I don't see a second floor plan. I also don't see a roof plan, which makes me kind of wonder. But there are enough renderings for me to understand that you're going back with a gable roof, with a single ridge, and I can kind of sketch over it and make sense of the roof plan, even though I don't see it. So I can sympathize with the desire to push out a couple extra feet here and there, so that you don't have any wonky conditions made on the interior. I mean, as an architect, I would appreciate that kind of flexibility. I also support it, and I think that it'll be a good addition. We know that it's not going to be impacting the public realm. We've heard that the neighbors are on board with it, and we know that the requests are limited in nature, and we have the guidance from staff. So with that, that's how I would approach it. So anyway, do we have a motion from the board?
I'll move.
Okay, and we'll need two motions. The first motion is for the certificate of appropriateness.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll move that we grant the certificate of appropriateness.
Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Breslin. Let me call the roll. Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay. The second motion would be for the variances. Mr. Breslin made the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Lovell. Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Stewart? Yes. Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, our next application on the agenda. We do have a recusal, is that correct? Ms. Lovell will be stepping out of chambers during this next application, and she will fill out the recusal form.
That's right. And Ms. Lovell, I can state it for you if you'd like, but Ms. Lovell is recusing on the basis that a vote on this application could inure to the private gain or loss of a principal by whom she's retained.
Okay, so the next application on the agenda is HPB 220559. This is 1501 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness. Specifically here, the applicant is seeking modifications to the original public lobby, including the introduction of a bar area and a new fire-rated wall partition. As outlined in our staff report, this overall project, which is for the repurposing of the entire site as an office, a Class A office space, was approved by the board in May of 2021, so just about 2 years ago. In June of 2022, the applicant came before you to request some modifications, primarily to the exterior of the property. Currently, the applicant is requesting, and again, this is within the original public lobby of the Bancroft Hotel, which is a contributing building in the Ocean Drive, Collins Avenue Historic District. This particular public interior, from the photographs that were provided, illustrates that it's extremely consistent with the historic design of the lobby. Specifically, it has an intact, intricate pattern terrazzo floor. This floor features a central compass rose. The terrazzo floor also includes a decorative pattern at the perimeter that corresponds to the light cove in the ceiling. The applicant had previously proposed a bar within this area. However, at the time the board reviewed that, there was some concern that the bar structure itself obscured this central compass rose element. Since that time, the applicant has been working diligently to reconfigure their program of a restaurant and has now proposed a bar counter within the space that does not obscure that very important portion of the floor. So that has been shifted further to the south, and as currently proposed, the entire compass rose pattern would be visible. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to take extra care with the infrastructure that's required for this bar structure by creating an elevated floor, so it will not be penetrating the terrazzo whatsoever, and chasing all of the necessary plumbing through the ceiling. And we think it was a very elegant solution, and we are supportive of the introduction of this bar as currently proposed. Second modification within the lobby is related to the introduction of a new fire-rated wall partition. This issue came up during the building permit review. And I do see our fire chief, Virgil Fernandez, has graciously attended this meeting, if you have any questions for him. But the introduction of the previously approved roof venue significantly changes the life safety requirements because that is an increase in occupancy. That results in this stair that's in the front portion of the lobby required to be fire rated. Currently, the portion that accesses to the ground floor is an open stair, which is how it was originally. So the applicant has worked with the planning department and the fire department to come up with two options, which would include a glass enclosure that would be transparent, Staff has evaluated both those options and believe that option 1 is the more successful option. We do have some recommendations that would also include replacing the proposed single door with a double door that would be in alignment with the Collins Avenue entrance. We do believe that that would be a successful, relatively minor modification. And with that, we are supportive of the application as noted in our draft report. I am available for any questions if the board members have them, and if not, we can turn it over to the applicant. Any questions for staff?
Good morning. Tracy Slavens, address is 3800 Northeast 1st Avenue, Suite 200. I'm here on behalf of 1501 Collins Ave LLC, joined by Ricky Weisfish of Maxwell Real Estate and Rory Greenberg. We're here, this is our third visit to this board on this project. Each time, our requests become more refined. Last time we were here, if you recall, we did some renovations and restructuring of the layouts of the building, but the one item that we were not ready with at that time was the configuration of the bar. And the second item that has come up since then is the fire rating of the stairwell to ensure that there's proper life safety design in the building and safe access for people exiting in times of emergency. So to refresh your memory a little bit, this is the corner of 15th Street and Collins at the end of Ocean Drive. The property is known as the Bancroft Hotel. It was originally a hotel, but with these plans it will be converted into office space and restaurant space. The building was constructed in 1930 and designed by Albert Annis in the streamlined modern style. As I said, we've been here several times, including visits to the planning board for the neighborhood impact establishment approvals for the restaurant spaces. We are here today, as noted as well, for the fire-rated wall approval, which the design incorporates glass, and Rory will walk you through that, as well as the placement of the bar in the lobby. So we have two options for the design of the fire-rated wall. If you want to go through them,
Yeah, Rory Greenberg, 660 South Shore Drive, Miami Beach. I think it's important to just understand the history of this project a little bit. I think most of us have done this a few times, but just a quick overview and then obviously here for any questions. Ultimately, the property was converted into a massive nightclub in 1996 with an addition of the Ocean Steps building. It was commercial condos. It was a bit of a disruption to the neighborhood. We spent the better part of a decade reassembling all the commercial condos, went to a public referendum in order to infill the historic building and even be able to use the historic building as anything but a massive nightclub assembly space. So now, our third time in front of you, hopefully we can refine our last two items and actually get this thing moving, is for the two items Tracy outlined. Ultimately, the last fire chief had approved a different type of fire assembly at the staircase, which was a drop-down shutter and then smoke control. The reason it was approved, and she's actually a consultant on the project, is because it was less than 50 people on a higher floor, which was the VIP of the nightclub. She also stated she would never approve that again. But ultimately, now actually using the historic building in anything but a small VIP room for a nightclub above requires an actual true fire separation. I think as the city's evolved, it's natural for 15th Street to be the front door to this project, which staff recommended and we would like to do also. Again, we've got all of our neighbors in support at a board level of each board, as well as Ocean Drive Association, because that Collins Street has been an issue. They do deliveries on the street, not necessarily legally. There's been a bunch of stuff that jams up that corner, so everybody agrees and prefers the 15th Street being the main door. And ultimately, it's a fire hazard to have multiple floors of office above spill into an open restaurant space. So we've worked with staff to find what's least offensive, what staff prefers the most, and we've come up with two options. We're happy with either one, and we look forward to kind of guidance on what everyone prefers in order to keep this project moving and to make the building safe.
So option 1 is in front of you. This proposes that the glass wall have painting that mirrors the panes in the existing exterior windows, so that grid element is carried over into the interior from the exterior windows into this wall structure. And then here's another clearer view of it. So you can see through the glass that the doors to the exterior and the windows on the exterior also have the grid panes. And so we feel that this is the most design appropriate option, but we have also done a more of a seamless frameless version that eliminates the grid and just creates the look of a solid glass window with clarity through on each side of the stairwell to the lobby.
And from an engineering perspective, the grid is actually required at that size of glass, but if we actually put the wall in, we can go seamless, but we couldn't have glass that long with no seams. So we attempted to do the glass floor to ceiling with no seams, but it does not work. The product does not have an appropriate fire rating.
Right, so knee wall here, and just for reference, a little bit of decorative knee wall, but for the most part, it's floor to ceiling glass. And then the second item before you today is the location and design of the bar in the lobby. So on the plan on the left, you can see the terrazzo design that we're working to protect, and I'll be able to show it to you in some renderings on the next slides. And we're proposing to locate the bar floating over the terrazzo floor. And on the right is our ceiling plan, which is a little hard to see on the screen, but essentially the proposal is to attach the plumbing and the electrical connections through the ceiling in lieu of going through the floor and damaging the terrazzo. So here you can see the floating platform that the bar will sit on. So the furniture, it basically is furniture that's movable. And the column in the center of the bar brings all of the connectivity of the what's needed to operate the bar, the sinks, the plumbing, the electrical lighting up through the center, and it will be designed with shelving so that the beverages can be displayed in front of it.
Yeah, and as we discussed last time, I think the one part that was what got us caught up is that center medallion, we were encroaching on it, a portion of it. So we've reshaped the bar and actually relaid out the entire restaurant to avoid all of the design in the terrazzo on the floor, all of the design in the ceiling, and even further, as we discussed last time, this plumbing system is a bit of work for us, but the bar is actually on a platform. All the plumbing sits above the terrazzo, goes up through the ceiling on a non-decorative portion of the ceiling. So ultimately, that floor is not being touched at all, just being covered by this furniture in the same way as we go with staff all the time, as tables and chairs and these buildings get placed on the furniture, on the floor.
And here's the view with the terrazzo flooring in place.
And this is obviously a view with no furniture. You wouldn't really see the back of the bar. The restaurant will be appropriately furnished.
And just for detail purposes, these are the schematics for the paneling connections and floating floors. So with that, we conclude our presentation, and we're here to answer any questions you have.
Great. Thanks for the presentation. We'll open it up to the board for any questions you might have to the applicant, or if you had a question to the staff, we kind of skipped over that, so you could let out any questions you might have altogether.
I just have a question for the applicant. In reviewing this application, I probably missed it, but can you just tell me a little bit about the use of these executive office suites? And I'm just trying to understand the bar with the suites and everything, and kind of what the whole program is.
Yeah, so this is supposed to be kind of where we believed for a long time, and now the city as a whole seems to be going, that Miami Beach historically has had a lot of residential and a lot of hospitality, but has not really rounded itself out for the local. And I think local restaurants, local businesses would appreciate having, our new residents, especially the type of residents that have moved here, the ability to work and stay on Miami Beach. So the purpose of our project is to give locals a place to go and work and actually spend their day in a true Miami Beach fashion. So ground floor is 4 restaurants. This is one of them. This is the Future Restaurant in the corner. This has been a restaurant for a while. And then above it is majority just offices. There's 9 offices, potentially 10. There's one that might be divided. And then there's a bit of a membership component for people to come and actually work that, don't have a full office or don't want a permanent office or that are only here part of the year. So it's basically traditional office with a, shared office component and then ground floor restaurants.
And so the private club part is which section?
Is above. It starts on the second floor.
Okay, and how much square footage is that?
The total building with the garage is about 140,000, 70 of garage, 70 of FAR space above. And then the third floor day room, which we're calling it, which is basically an elevated lobby for the co-working, is up there. There's about 20,000 feet of office and 15 of common space, mostly conference rooms. They'll have, webcast room, a screening room, all the kind of modern amenities for, an office worker.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? John?
Yeah, I wanted to ask if, according to our staff experts, they have talked about the Burl Walnut. Are you accepting the staff, the order as written, with the without the Burl Walnut wainscoting not being shall not be approved? And are you also accepting the option number 1 with double doors?
1 second, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
We can get out any other questions that the board might have. Anyone else? My other question would be just about the nature of the Collins Terrace entrance. Those existing double doors, what was an entrance onto Collins, it sounds like, is this going to be just a fire exit, or will that also be an entrance into the space?
It will be an entrance. It just won't be the main entrance.
Okay.
Yes, we're okay with the replacement of the burl on the glass wall and the double doors.
Okay, cool. Okay. I guess that concludes our questions. Thank you.
And then I know Debbie had mentioned that the fire chief is here. He actually was not here for our project, but we spoke briefly, and he knows what his staff would require us to do. So in case anyone has any questions on the necessity for that wall, Virgil's happy to step in, even though he was not here for that, and we appreciate that.
Is there a statement he would like to make, or I don't
No,
think we have any questions.
Debbie had mentioned it, and it's just, the wall. We're being told we have to put the wall in order to occupy the building. So I just wanted to make sure it was very clear to everyone that this obviously is not our choice. We're working with life safety and historic and doing we're in the middle of the two and happy to accommodate what everybody needs to try to make everyone happy.
Chief, since you're here, would you like to address the need for this wall?
Want to see it?
No pressure. Help justify you being here.
Good morning, Virgil Fernandez. Nice to see you, board members. As a matter of fact, I know that they want to put this wall up because it's what it secures or makes sure that those individuals going into the building maximize their life safety in the event that something were to happen. So, we've worked with them. They've been very understanding on what the code is, and when these buildings change occupancy, these buildings are supposed to be looked at as a brand new building. Although we understand the historical importance of the building, we do have to try to find a way to maximize the life safety components that were built into the building, and then anything additional that we have to put in. I mean, the occupancy is no longer a 50 in the higher floors, so it triggers separation, and I think this is probably the nicest way to do it.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Appreciate you being here.
And if I might make a suggestion, since the opportunity has presented itself, as an representative of applicants, it would help us a lot if we could have the fire review during the plan review before we get to the Historic Preservation Board presentation, because then we wouldn't have to come back for things like this, right? We would get that comment, revise our design, and come to you with an approval, but it seems that tends to only happen after we've received approvals and then have to come back for modifications. So to the extent we can add fire to our review list, I think that would be very helpful in the future. Thank you.
So noted. Thank you. Are there any disclosures to be made on this application? No? I'll disclose I received an email, but we weren't able to meet anyway, so I'm happy to see the presentation today. And with that, we'll open it to the public.
Sure. Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand. Anyone in the audience, please come forward. See none on Zoom.
Good morning again. Matthew Goltanoff from the Miami Design Preservation League. We support the project based upon the City of Miami staff recommendations, and we're happy to see the modified plans which keep the terrazzo compass rose pattern completely visible in the lobby of the historic Bancroft Hotel. We thank their applicant for this more sensitive design. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have someone on Zoom. James McKenzie. Good morning, James.
Hi, James.
Hi,
Do you
good
swear
morning.
that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, just quickly wanted to say, excited about the project. I represent the owners of the building directly to the north on Collins, the Royal Palm Hotel, 1545 Collins. Seems like a really interesting project. Excited to see it move forward.
Okay, thank you. Our next Zoom speaker is Irene Bigger.
Good morning, Irene. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment. I'm on the board of directors next door at 1500 Ocean Drive, and just wanted to express our support for the endeavors next door. We look forward to seeing what the results are. We've worked very hard with the owners on creating a CUP that would be both respectful to the residents around us and also be successful for their business plan. So again, we are very excited about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I see no other speakers, so you can close the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll open it to board member comment. Would any board member like to start us off?
I could live with either Plan A or Plan B on the glass wall. So I think it's, from my standpoint, it's really what they prefer. But it is necessary.
What he said. And also that this is a win all around. I mean, it's a historic preservation win, and it's getting a very valuable property closer to being back online. It's great for the neighborhood. All the neighbors are supporting it. It fits within the law. It's going to be even safer, fire safety-wise. So what's not to like about it?
And I want to thank staff for their excellent work on this. I think your expert opinion pointing to option 1 is the one that I would also agree with following. And yeah, I think it's a great project and appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't have much new to report other than I am affirmative, especially with the terrazzo rose being preserved in the way that it is. Thank you.
Yeah, I also want to thank the applicant for the perseverance. I know this can be a very trying process, but it's great to see that, you know, that one final push reveals the full rose. So that's really, really great. And I'm also on board with the staff's recommendations. I think those are really on point, and I appreciate that. So that concludes our board comments. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I move to approve with the conditions.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Let me call the roll. Mr. Stewart? Yes. Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations. Okay, maybe we can get Ms. Lovell back. Okay.
Oh, and I wanted to also thank Arthur Marcus for his excellent report.
Okay. Our next application on the agenda is HPB 220553. This is 4041 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for alterations to the hotel property, including exterior and public interior modifications, the relocation of the existing 1930s home, and the design of a new rear yard site plan, including landscape and hardscape modifications. This is a relatively complex site located within the Collins Waterfront Historic District. The original building, which was originally the Lord Tarleton, it's also known as the Crown Hotel, was constructed in 1940, designed by Victor Nellenbogen. Later, in 1955, an addition designed by Melvin Grossman was added. In 2007, there was a large addition added as part of the conversion of the property at the time to residential. A significant amount of modifications were done to the entire property at that time. And then there's also this one-story single-family home that was originally located at Collins Avenue and 40th Street. That was relocated so that it fronts currently onto 41st Street at the very east end. So currently, the applicant is proposing several modifications, the first of which is within the public interior spaces of the original 1940 building. And this particular building, the historic documentation is not extensive on this building, but from what staff can learn and what we believe strongly was the configuration of these spaces is that at the ground level, there was a very small entry room. It appears that was somewhat of a one-story foyer. What's unique in this particular building to Miami Beach is we believe the lobby was actually on the second floor, which was a much grander space. The ground floor was originally a one-story height space. It's currently, if you look at the photographs, a two-story space with two stairs instead of the original one stair. Those were modifications that have been approved over time by this board. So the applicant is asking to make some more changes to this entry foyer. And staff is generally very supportive of that. There's little to no original material left in the particular space, and we are supportive of additional modifications. However, we have one comment regarding the ceiling treatment, and we are requesting that be further developed in a manner that is more consistent with the period of architecture or less impactful in terms of a design element. So that is generally, again, we're supportive. We are recommending approval, but with the applicant to work with staff on further developing some of those interior finishes. At the second level, staff would commend the applicant for proposing a very beautiful design that is consistent with the period, and we are supportive of that. With regard to the site modifications, that the site has also been modified over time. I think during the most recent renovation, which was part of the Thompson Hotel, which is no longer the Thompson, significant changes were made to the rear yard. The applicant is again proposing to reinvent this area, and staff is supportive of the proposed changes. However, one of probably the most dramatic change in terms of historic preservation review is to move the 1930s house, which again had been moved previously, to the rear yard of the property. Staff has worked extensively with the architect. They've been very responsive. However, we would note that we believe that the house should be oriented eastward. This currently along 41st Street, if anyone has walked down there, the intent of moving the home in the first place to this area was for public appreciation. However, that street end is not heavily traveled, and the little house, which previously contained a very small kind of lounge venue, that never became successful, and it hasn't really functioned as we had hoped it would back in 2007 when the board approved its current location. So we do think that reorienting it so it's visible from the beach walk could actually be an improvement in terms of public appreciation. However, we are requesting that the applicant explore rotating the house so the front of the home is facing the beach walk, and the heavily traveled beach walk, which has been extremely successful, that people would be able to appreciate it and kind of understand the historical development of the site by looking at this house. So that is probably the most significant recommendation staff has made in terms of the plans, but overall, we commend the architect and the property owner for wanting to reinvigorate and reinvent this hotel property. And I am available for any questions.
More questions for Debbie?
Debbie, just going back to your comment on the relocation of the home, just a little more specificity I was looking for in terms of, I'm hearing what you're saying on the beach walk. That sounds very, very reasonable. So exactly where are you suggesting that it be situated? Is it keeping it to the north side, or are you saying that you're allowing the move to the south, but you want it to face, I guess, just further?
Absolutely.
Elucidate.
It's a complicated endeavor.
I do know where it is now, and it is
I
lovely
think
to look at.
We are supportive of moving it to the south side of the property, as long as we still have public view and appreciation of it, and as long as we don't lose it as part of the public realm. And I think the way they've kind of oriented it with the front facing west, the eastward side where a lot of people are going to be walking by aren't really going to be able to understand this as a single family home. So we want, in order to maintain it as part of the public realm, we think it would be best to orient the front of it toward the east and keep it on the south side as proposed. So we're okay with shifting it from the north side south.
I actually went and toured the site. I have been in that home way back when it was moved and they were trying to use it. And when I went by it now, and it's got a fence around it. You can't even see it. You can see the roof. I believe that they're moving it to the south part of the property with the entrance to be within their property to use it. If you turn around and put the entrance back facing south so that other people can see it, it's going to end up being just like it is now, unused, because this project is not meant to be open to the public. If you want to come in, you have to come in, go through the hotel, and come back out. There's no entrance to this property from the beach walk. So I think, personally, rotating it to the south for people to look at it, oh, great, so they can look at it and nobody uses it. I think their plan to orient it to be able to use it off their property is the correct way to do it, personally.
So we're doing questions. Any other questions right now?
That was just.
I think Lindsay has a question.
I want to clarify, because what Ray just said versus what Debbie said seems to contradict, so I want to understand. Right now it looks like I think on the plans, the back of the house faces east. And Debbie, were you suggesting that the recommendation from staff was that the front of the house face east?
Correct.
Okay. So not south, to be clear.
No, in the south portion of the site is where the home is proposed to be relocated, which staff is supportive of.
And Debbie, just to continue that point a bit, because as it's drawn on the plan right now, the front of the house faces 2 fire stairs. Is that correct? And correct. The back of the house faces the beach club, the area marked beach club on the plan. You're proposing that the front of the house face the beach club.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, no more questions. So we'll go ahead with the presentation. Welcome.
Good morning. Javier Vigneault with law offices at 1450 Brickell Avenue here on behalf of the applicant and owner. And I am joined by my colleague, Liana Kozlowski. She's going to present a portion of our application. We're joined by ownership, Michael Hanver, and Luis Fernandez, as well as the architecture team of Malcolm Berg, Harris Levy, and Andres Arcila, our landscape architect. Malcolm will go through some of our proposed modifications in a moment, and we're going to drill down on some of the comments made by staff as well. We're really excited about this project. We have no variances requested here. As Debbie did outline, we are making a modification to the building entry. It's not the actual building lobby, but it is the building entry. And this is all part of the repositioning of the property as an Andaz hotel. So it's still operated by the Hyatt brand, but it will be branded as an Andaz. And so that's part of what we're doing here. We are, as Debbie mentioned, this property did at one point, we believe, have a second floor sort of lobby area, and that's what we're bringing back. So the redesign to the building entry is consistent with that approach. And we are, as Debbie also indicated, modifying the backyard area, the pools, and the relocation of the historic home. And so all of that is really to bring back to life this property, which, as Debbie says, is complex. It has a number of historic components to it. And so we have been studying this and been very sensitive to it. We want to thank staff. We've worked with them, called them a number of times to try and work out certain details. And so we're excited about where we are today. In fact, we are prepared to address the two main concerns that staff has. And so with that, I'm going to ask Liana to walk through those items, and then we're going to ask Malcolm to go through the project.
Thank you, Javier. Good morning. Liana Kozlowski, also with Bills and Sundberg. Before we kick it over to the design team, I just want to go back to some of Debbie's comments and give the board a little bit of background on the efforts that we've made and the steps that we've taken to address two of staff's main concerns. So first, with respect to the entry foyer, even though those spaces, as Debbie said, are not historic, we appreciated the comments about some of the circular treatment on the wall not being in keeping with the Art Deco character. So we have removed those components, and in the presentation today, you will see the redesign, which we understand staff is supportive of. The second big ticket item is the 1930s historic home. So we are still proposing to relocate the home to the southeast corner of the property, but based on staff's feedback and further study of the property and the design, we are amenable, if it's the board's desire, to rotate the house 180 degrees. It does impact the functionality, but we understand the importance of providing the public with that view of the front facade. So with that, I will turn the presentation over to Malcolm.
Good morning. Malcolm Berg, President and Design Director of EOA Group, an architecture and interior design firm out of Coral Gables, 1929, Ponce de Leon, Coral Gables. I have to say, very impressive. You guys went through pretty much the entire presentation verbally without any use of graphics. I'm a graphics guy. I need plans to help me solve the riddles. But let me walk you through this. So I'm going to talk quickly about concept, what the concept is behind the design, walk you through the plans, existing condition, demo, new construction, etc. So make everything hopefully a little bit clearer. Concept is very much about the aqueous nature of where we live, where the hotel resides. What we're trying to do is bring back what is currently a very self-referential hotel that kind of looks internally. Lobby is internal, views are internal, very little connection to the exterior. Want to bring it back to the connection to the ocean. So the whole notion of the aqueous world coming back into the building and into the concept. Talking about how we got there from the sandbar from a bygone era, what the beach used to be, fabricated land as far as what was built upon this sandbar, aqueous world, what has happened since, the ocean coming in and kind of really embracing that, and then the ocean's embrace, how we become one with the ocean as well. That translates not only to the interiors but also to the exterior architecture and the landscape, and Andres is going to talk to you a little bit more about that as we move forth. Very aqueous, very sinuous, very intuitive and natural. Looking at some existing conditions, and I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. If you need me to come back, please let me know. Exterior views. You can see here the existing main porte cochere of the building. The area that we're talking about is really on the left of that. We see the entrance to the porte cochere right here. This is the existing Confidant main lobby. Like I said, very self-referential, very enclosed. You come in, lobby's right there, and then you kind of start feeding into the property. We're moving our entry into this portion right here, which is the old entry to the building. And that's the building that Debbie was talking about previously being a single story that now is a double story. So as you enter this portion, this is that entrance that leads up to the second story where currently we have meeting rooms, etc. Those meeting rooms have no connection to the outside. There's a big wall on that terrace that precludes you from viewing beyond. So we want to open all this up so as soon as you get into the lobby, you feel like you're at the beach. You see the views to the ocean, the horizon, the pools, etc., which currently you don't see, because this is what the lobby feels like today. So current entrance, the double stairs. Debbie was talking about the fact that previously this was a single stair. Pretty much everything you see in this lobby today is non-historic, including the terrazzo. Views as we get up to the second floor. This is a series of meeting rooms that we are planning on making into that actual lobby and lobby lounge. So as soon as you come up, there's going to be a jump lobby down below, jump elevator down below, as well as the double stairs. They will land you up at this level. This terrace is going to be expanded, so we're going to be taking out this big beam wall and opening up the terrace so that it's much more usable from that upper lobby. And this is now going to be the view from that upper lobby. Again, engaging with the environment. You can start to see here the view of the 30s house, single story. Some more views from the property, looking at the existing second story we were just talking about. The pools, again, everything is very self-referential, very contained, very kind of enclosed. Going back to the 1930s historic house, views from the exterior, really not much, just kind of a peek at the top of the historic structure. This is the main entrance to the 1930s house right here with its sort of historic portal. And this is what we're calling sort of the back of house of the historic house, although I think it's really quite beautiful. But it is sort of a colonnade with an extended roof for an outdoor sort of patio / portico. And this is what currently faces the center of the courtyard for the hotel. And then an interior view of the 1930s house. So moving into an overall plan with demolition, we're going to highlight the two areas that we're talking about. This is the entry that we looked at from the outside. Used to be single story, is now double story. Enter the space, you got double stairs coming up into the space, and the area that we're modifying is essentially this zone right here. On the far east side, all this is the exterior garden. We have the two existing pools north and south, and then the historic house right here in the center of the north side. As we're moving to the proposed plan, we're looking at keeping the stairs as they are, keeping the entry as it is. We're going to be modifying the patio outside in order to have an ADA ramp connecting to the larger porte cochere right here. And then we're going to be adding an elevator right here. That's going to take you straight up. Even though there's a bank of 3 passenger elevators right around the corner, we'd like that central elevator to be the first thing you see as you walk in. You got the 2 grand stairs coming down, very central, very focal, with the elevator directly in front of you. As you walk in that elevator, it'll take you 1 floor and 1 floor only. That's all it's there for. And then the door opens up in the opposite direction. When the door opens up, you'll see the view to the ocean. And we'll get much more granular about the design of the exterior of the terrace. But as you can see, this will
Sorry to interrupt. Do you need a few more minutes?
A few more minutes.
What do you say?
Am I exceeding my time?
3, 5?
including landscape. 5 minutes.
I didn't realize I was long.
Would that be sufficient? Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
I'll go quick. I thought it was going fast.
Thank you.
I'll go faster.
Probably ate too much of your time, Mel.
No problem. Sorry, I wasn't watching the clock. Okay, keep going. Second floor, opening up the lounge, and then this terrace. This is the retractable roof that you see from that upper terrace looking down. All that's going to be demoed as well. And then this is the upper lounge. So come up with the elevator, walk out. The lounge is here. We're extending that terrace that used to be just that wall and opening that up as an upper terrace that covers this entire area with some beautiful sort of watery skylights that let light to the lower level. But now this is all elevated, looking down onto an elevated pool deck that will only be 5 feet below that upper terrace, and then it drops down to the lower pool deck that's another about 5 feet below that. So it's this sort of hierarchical stepping down of the experience. And that upper terrace will become a promenade that walks you out to centralized bar right here with views to both pools. Down on the bottom right, this is where we've relocated the 1930s house. So it used to be, just to recap, it used to be up here on the center north, and now it's going down here to the south. We are looking at rotating it 180 degrees, as Debbie had suggested, so that the front, where the beautiful framing looks out onto the beach walk.
And really quickly, I'd like to say the relocation there, actually, especially with the rotation as suggested by staff, actually is going to create more visibility than its current location to the north. And so I think that it was a good suggestion to do that. And since it's closer to from the beach walk, you're going to really be able to see it and appreciate it.
And to Mr. President's point, if you try to make it viewed towards the south, towards 40th, there's a lot of foliage right there that's very mature, that's not even within our purview, that we can't take out, that would have to be extracted in order to make that. So we're endeavoring to actually rotate it 180 degrees, as Debbie had suggested. Okay, let me keep going because I'm losing my time. Okay, ground floor, we talked about that. We're going to be looking at that right now in some renderings. And then second floor enlarged. If you need me to walk you through it, I can certainly do so. Views of the lower level. As we enter the space, this is the ground lobby view and beyond with the stairs up above.
Building entry. Not lobby.
The lower level, yeah. So the building entry. And then as we go into the steps, this is the proposed rendering. It looks large. It actually isn't. It's really very, very tiny. We had to expand it to view as much as possible. But we have the stairs, pretty much the existing stairs, probably reclad to clean up some of the terrazzo, cleaning up the terrazzo down here as well. We will be reframing the interior of those stairs, which right now is very unfinished, changing out the railings, and recladding the walls in a beautiful stone. But the shape of the architecture essentially stays the same. We are proposing a cove ceiling all the way around, so the light drops down through the cove, and then a chandelier in the center. And as you can see, this is the elevator that takes you up to the second floor from the lower level. As we walk up, we come into this sort of slight foyer area that leads us to the entire lounge. The upper portion of the lounge has a bar, terraces down. This is all natural, all that's existing sort of topography within the building. Drops down to the lower lounge, which leads us to the outdoor terrace. And that outdoor terrace is the one that expands with all the views to the ocean. Fluted columns, really kind of going into an ode to the period, ode to the deco, lots of sort of curvilinear ceilings, very natural, very organic. Leading to the pool deck. So this is hardscape plan. I'll let Andres talk a little bit more about that. And don't want to get too far into the weeds as far as species, but kind of giving you an idea of what the species will be. And then an overall aerial plan from above. Andres, you want to walk us through this?
And I see we're running short on time again. How much additional time would you like?
3 minutes.
Is that all? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Just when it hits, 'cause
5
I think
you could do 5.
They'll probably need another 5. Yeah.
Through 5.
It's a lot to go over, I see.
We're excited about it.
All right. Okay. Good day, board members. My name is Andres Arcila with Natural Facial Landscape Architecture with offices at 6915 Red Road, Suite 224, Coral Gables, Florida. I'm going to walk you through the exterior component of the project. Basically, when we came onto the project, we worked with Malcolm. He already had developed some pretty strong narratives and ideas about the project in terms of the Aquas world. So we wanted to really explore that and take it a little further. So what we did for the landscape component is we started exploring the idea of bathymetry, which deals with underground topography and how to incorporate that into this project. So on some of the initial slides, you saw some reference images about that. So that's the way we kind of approach the exterior hardscape components. We wanted to create something that is very fluid and organic. But I think most importantly is the shift of having this lobby at that second level. We really wanted to emphasize that and highlight the beauty of the site. So now when you come up at that level, we wanted to make a grand connection to the dune and the ocean. So you come out to that terrace, and then you have a series of sort of layers. So you have that terrace, you have the upper pool, and then you come down to the lower pool. And in relationship to that, as you can see here, we wanted to create a composition that was also beautiful from above. So for the units that face this rear yard, that it would indeed begin to translate and feel like you're looking at an sort of underground topography. So with that, that's the way we developed that. So here's another perspective. This is looking back towards the hotel. So you begin to see the layering from the upper terrace to the pool, upper pool, and then the lower pool, along with the beach club with the historic home. They're all in one slide. Okay, so here, just a couple of other views. This one's looking back towards the ocean. This one's looking from the upper terrace to the upper pool, and then the ocean beyond. And same thing with this level here. And this slide here concludes sort of the renderings, and this is a slide from the actual beach walk looking back towards the historic house in its new location.
So just keeping in mind that it will be rotated 180 degrees in order to have the front door actually facing out into this courtyard. So it'll be highly, highly visible from the entire beach walk. Important to note, too, you want to talk about the 50% just to clarify?
Sure. So from a landscape standpoint, one of the requirements in the rear yard is to have 50% windowing or sightlines. So we've devised a plan in a way that you get glimpses of this historic home from the beach walk.
And that concludes our presentation.
Just in time.
Exactly.
Thank you.
14.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and field some questions from the board, and we'll ask you to address them all at once. So I'll turn to the board here. Anyone have questions for the applicant at this time? Lindsay?
So my two questions, and you touched on one of them. The first one is there was a kind of an aside about rotating the house would impact the functionality. I just want to understand that. I think I'm in support of rotating it, quite frankly, but I want to understand what that impact is to the functionality that was mentioned. And then my second question, if you can touch a little bit more on the foliage on the...
Sorry, on the foliage?
On the foliage on the east. And I think what he was saying, that I don't want to speak for the chair, but that we're all going to ask our questions and then we'll address them all at once.
Yeah, that's right. Other questions? Stuart?
The package at sheet A-1.26, and I guess some of the pages after there, show a chandelier over the stairs that, to me, sort of mimics the shape of the building. And you're replacing this chandelier with the chandelier that was in the diagram, or is this a different stairwell?
We're going to get all the questions out and let them address them.
What sheet was that on?
A-1.26. There's a chandelier at the top of the stairs that kind of looks like the shape of the building.
Any other questions?
When do we do disclosures?
We'll do them in a moment. Yeah, right before public hearing.
Okay.
John? I'm sorry. Ray had something.
I did personally go and look at this project. I was invited, probably like everybody else on the board, and it was really amazing to actually walk it while looking at the plans to see exactly how everything was. And I think you guys have done a wonderful job of putting it together. You answered all my questions then, so I have none today.
Thank you. Okay, John?
I had a question. I had Lindsay's questions, and which I'm really interested in, and also a question about the resurf. When you change the stair, what is the materiality of that? That's it.
Brian, any questions from you?
Yeah, I guess just going back to the foyer, if we could just get a little more clarity on whether A51, that's the old photo, the old rendering that we're looking at, and then the new A51, I guess, is the one that was just presented. And perhaps just a little more clarity on what those differences are. It's a little hard for me to tell from the presentation.
And my question will be just about the extended second floor promenade. I'm just curious what happens underneath it. Does the kind of pool deck extend underneath it, or is it kind of cut off? I'm just curious to know what that's like. So if you want to address all those in any order.
I'm just really glad I have a scribe because I have a memory of an ant. But I'm going to try to at least hit whatever I can. You talked about a couple of things. Functionality of the existing building, 1930s building. It does have a patio in the back, like a little portico. It's tiny, it's not that big, where the colonnade is. So it provides some additional covered outdoor area that would be much more useful if you had an event than a beautiful front door. That said, we don't think it's a deal breaker at all, and I think it's a beautiful front door, and it'll look fantastic from the beach walk, so not an issue at all.
The east foliage.
Thank you. See, I failed already miserably. Foliage on the east side. All the foliage on the east side along the beach walk, we can control. That is something that we're going to control as we redesign the structure, the garden. On the south side, we don't control anything that is beyond the property boundary, and that's where it's all very, very dense. That's why we're happy to say the view is going to be much more from the beach walk than from the south side, 40th.
Next was the chandelier, which is a A126, which is a replaced.
Yes, the new rendering is definitely the one that we want to look at, not the old rendering. The old rendering was the one that staff had some very strong opinions on as far as the look of the ceiling, multifaceted, multi-layered. We pared it back to a very much flatter layer with the cove lighting that you saw later on in the new rendering.
And to be clear, for Mr. Reed's question, the chandelier, your reference on A126 is not an original. It's not an original chandelier.
Okay.
So we are intending on replacing it with what's proposed on what you saw in the presentation materials.
Correct.
And then materials around the staircase.
Materials around the staircase. So the staircase itself will be terrazzo. The wall itself is going to be a stone, and it's going to have a slight texture on the stone throughout the perimeter. It's going to be done in vertical strips of thin strips of stone mounted on the wall, so that we can actually continue the existing curvature of the walls.
And second floor promenade, the impact to the ground.
So second floor, let's go right to this plan right here. So you can see am I sharing? Yeah. The existing balcony essentially stops right here. That's a balcony that I'd shown earlier that has a big wall about this tall. You sit down, you can't see anything. Taking that wall out, opening it out, so all this is now going to be flat. So that opens up, all of this flatness is at the same level as the new lounge level. Everything below is going to be extension of F&B. We currently have an extension of F&B outside under that retractable awning. Instead of having the retractable awning, we'll have this terrace with the oculi with water on them to provide skylights into a lower level. Just remember, it's tiered, so you're going to be looking at landscape all the way around and filtered light coming through the landscaping at a diagonal leading up towards the elevated pool. So it's really going to be a very nice little protected area.
I think that hits all of the questions, but please let us know if we missed any.
Did that cover everybody's questions? Great. Okay, thank you very much for that. We'll go ahead and move on to disclosures and public hearing. I think Ray had started us off, so if anybody else has disclosures.
Yeah, well, it was hard for me not to disclose that, since I was talking about it. But yes, I was very, very happy to have gone and seen it in person. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none. Okay.
Okay. Members of the public on Zoom, please raise your hand. Anyone in the audience, please come forward if you wish to comment.
Good morning, Matthew Goltanoff. Once again, Miami Design Preservation League. We agree with the City of Miami Beach staff regarding that the new treatments proposed for the entry foyer are not consistent with the historic character of the building. We're also concerned about the moving of the historic single-family home to a less prominent location on the site. We do agree with staff that the orientation of the home should be situated so as to maximize views from the public right away. We appreciate the applicant's proffer to rotate it 180 degrees to the beach walk so that the public will be able to have a view of the historic structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public wishing to comment.
Okay, then we'll move on to board member comment. John?
Sure. I was just I'm really impressed that that we're getting an Andaz hotel in Miami Beach. I'm familiar with some of their other properties, and I think that the complexity of this, when we're speaking about the expertise that we have to rely on in terms of the staff, it was immense, and that to go through this from textures and materials to moving buildings, which is not usually something this board has to address, was very impressive. And so I thank you guys for all the work that you did on this, and I also really thank the applicants for kind of really listening, and the new materials that you're proposing for the foyer, the stone. It sounds like it's going to be incredible. Kind of sandy, almost like you're walking through the limestone as you go up to this view of the ocean. Is going to be amazing. And I do think that the way the plans show a very clear view of the facade, of that beautiful facade of the front door of the historic 30s building. And I think for guests walking in from the beach, after coming in from the beach, you just, not only for people walking by, but also for people understanding where they are in the city and where they are in the world and in their own heads, this will be a very important kind of moment for them. So I'm impressed by this all around, and thank you.
Okay. This particular building, the Confidant, or there are several buildings, obviously. I just noticed it, I think within the last year or so, coming over the bridge at 41st Street, and I think it's one of the best examples of that Deco period, and it kind of resembles almost like the Empire State Building, the layering and coming up, and even that dramatic tower on top of it. And I think it's one of the most hidden in plain sight buildings. If it was maybe further south, it would be an icon. But because of the location, I think if you're aware of it, you realize that it's really a gem. And that's kind of, I guess, why I asked about the chandelier, because when I looked and saw it today, that's creative, that it sort of mimics the shape of the building. So I appreciate it. I'm not a chandelier expert. I don't know if it's historic, original. I just know that I like it. I appreciate the MDPL's comments about the lobby. It reflects a lot of creativity, the plans, but I don't know that it just, I'm speaking from my gut, I don't know that it really reflects anything about the building itself, about the historic character of the building itself. The Confidant building I'm talking about now. It's a fanciful design. I understand the theme of trying to have a flowing aqueous feel, but I don't know that it really resonates, or sort of like the building itself, which is special in my opinion, is irrelevant. Just speaking my opinion, I'm obviously not a design expert. As far as the orientation of the house, I'm wondering if all of that relief structure over the entrance facing east, if it's going to get sandblasted from wet weather and all. I don't know if there's, we haven't heard an opinion about it, but if it's oriented close to the beach and facing the beach, if it would be subject to more erosion from the weather coming off the ocean. In my opinion, wherever they want to put the house, if it's preserved, it's historic preservation, and I agree that the rear of the house is attractive as well. If they had people that wanted to use the rear of the house as a porch to enjoy the back, that's fine in my opinion too. I think that so long as the building that important historic elements are preserved, that we are fulfilling our duty as a historic preservation board. It's good to see that property owners want to bring new life into their buildings, and I appreciate that. I just think that whatever comments the MDPL and the staff were referring to about historic elements of the lobby, I would support their points of view, because just in my gut, looking at the pictures of it, it just looks like something entirely new in every respect inside the building. But I would still support it because it's your property, it fits within the law, and I'm fine with it.
Thank you, Stuart. Next, Ray.
I was thrilled with the project. All I can say is I wish it was in Collins Park. I mean, you put a lot of thought into it, and you're moving it to the next stage, next phase is going to be amazing for the Miami Beach community. Thank you.
I think they did answer that. It's okay. And I should have asked this earlier. I love the project as proposed. I was trying to figure out before I got to my comment section whether or not we discussed the elevation of the 1930s house as relocated. That was one of the only other comments I had. I don't know if they can come back and answer a question that I didn't ask earlier, Chair. But
I'm being told it's 8.5 in
okay.
GBD. Okay,
thank you. That was my only outstanding question. Other than that, I think you guys have done a great job.
Okay. No, thanks for this great presentation. A lot of really wonderful work here. You know, I sympathize with Stuart's point about the two-story lobby, but as the staff has indicated in the report, it's been altered so long ago. There's no photographs of it. There's no other interior documentation. So it really leaves them with limited choices, but to work with what they have and refinish it while keeping the same kind of structure and form of the stair, which I think they've set out their goals and I think they accomplished them. And there's been a lot of mention of the kind of fluid nature, organic nature of the proposals. In my view, the carved stone entrance of the existing house might be the most beautiful, organic, fluid component on the property. And I would encourage the applicant to be inspired by it. But I think this is a great project and don't see why it shouldn't go forward. So with that, I wonder if anyone from the board would like to make a motion. John?
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, moving on to the next application. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, the next application on the agenda is HPB 220560. This is 633 Alton Road. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new public library and health clinic on an existing surface parking lot. Staff has provided a little bit of background in our report with regard to the relocation of the existing Miami-Dade County Health Center. It's currently located on the west side of Alton Road. As part of the larger project on the west side of Alton Road, between 6th and 7th Streets, the City Commission has reviewed the proposal along with Miami-Dade County to swap the health care center site from the west side to the east side where that existing parking lot is. So we are specifically looking at the east side at this point because that is the only property located in the historic district. The west side of Alton Road here is not within a historic district. Additionally, on February 1st, the City Commission has referred an ordinance to amend the existing, okay, Jake may have to help me here, Flamingo Park Historic District Buffer Overlay on Alton Road. That overlay contains very specific restrictions with regard to height and setbacks. This project is only requesting very minor relief from that, specifically for the street side setback and the Alton Road setback. And I believe the administration is supportive of those very minor modifications that have also been reviewed with the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association that will benefit this particular project. So with that background, staff is very supportive of the proposed design. We would note that we believe the building is highly compatible with the relationship and scale and massing within this Alton Road corridor. It is going to be a 2-story building that contains a public library facility and community health center. The library facility will be located on the ground floor. The health center will be partially on the ground floor and the second floor. Staff would note that the proposed height of this particular building is 26 feet 5 inches, which is substantially lower than the allowable height of 50 feet for this portion of Alton Road. We would also note that we are supportive of the site plan, including the relocation of the existing live oak trees that will be located within the Alton Road right-of-way. We believe this will significantly improve the pedestrian experience. If any of you have walked this area, currently it is not the most hospitable area. Those of you who live in Flamingo Park, I'm sure know. And we do believe by setting back the ground floor of the building while the second floor projects out slightly, and the introduction of these shade trees will be a significant benefit to pedestrian activity in the neighborhood. So with that, we are highly supportive of the application, and I am available for any questions the board may have.
Debbie, could you tell us how it came to be that the library is part of this project?
That was in discussions with Miami-Dade County. I believe the county is requiring this library facility. I think the applicant can probably address that better than I can. I have not been in any meetings with the county, but I believe programmatically the county is requiring that the library component be a portion of this.
Is this a relocation then from the one that's south of 5th?
Yes.
Okay.
And just because I see some new faces in the room, I'd like to swear in anybody who's not been sworn in yet. Can you raise your right hands? Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I so affirm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, did we have any other questions for staff on this? No? Okay. Please, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome new members of the board. It's nice to see new faces, Lindsay and Rick, and it's always a pleasure to be here before the board, and appreciate your time and all the efforts that you do on behalf of our city. This is a long time in coming. This is all part of a process that started many years ago when the city of Miami Beach condemned the existing health facilities that are located currently on Alton Road. Currently, they occupy a condemned building that is not in structural disrepair, but it is sinking somewhat. And this whole effort was to create a new facility somewhere for the county. The county currently owns the health clinic and will continue to own the health clinic. And they've asked us, in addition to that, to provide a new public library from the existing library that exists on First Street, predominantly because that library is set back and extremely small and not easily used by the public. And in fact, most of the public doesn't even know it exists. So the idea was to build a much larger library and a brand new facility for the health clinic, which was very important to the community at large. Also, the county and the city, having financial constraints, asked us to do it, in a basis of tendering as currency the existing facility that has been condemned by the city of Miami Beach. Given that it's on top of the new park that we built at 6th Street, we're very pleased to do that. So, first of all, I should have started off by saying I'm Russell Galbert, representative of the ownership group that will develop this property. And with me today is most able-bodied counsel, Mr. Graham Penn, Elsa Escobar, who's our project manager, and Wilson Herrera, who is going to give you a quick talk about the design of this building. I can tell you that we have been involved in this property for almost 20 years now, and we're really finally seeing it come to fruition, the entire community. We built something spectacular originally at the Baptist Health Center, and then have continued to expand with Canopy Park and Five Park, and now part of the culmination of this entire project, 663 Alton Road, which is before you today. So we're indeed very, very happy to be here. We have the full support of the administration and the staff. This is not an easy project. We have development agreements with the county, development agreements with the city. It's all part of the process. But this particular project is really exciting because it gives back to the community. And that's really what it's all about, giving back to the community. We've been before the Flamingo Park Association numerous times, and I'm really happy to say that whilst they've always had comments, this is the first project we ever presented to them that we got unanimous approval without a single request for any change. They were just fabulously impressed with the project, and it's the first time out of probably 20 projects that we've presented. So it's quite unique. Without further ado, I'll come back and address any questions, but I would call upon Wilson Herrera to do the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I want to speak a little bit about the different design elements that were incorporated into the project. As Debbie mentioned, we have a public library on the ground floor and a community health center on the second floor, which generated some problems for the design team to solve. The way that we achieved that was by rotating the glass enclosure for the library on the ground floor, by articulating the entrance to both the clinic and the library on 7th Street. As Debbie mentioned, Alton Road is a very heavily trafficked area with vehicular traffic area, so we decided to make the entrance to both the clinic and the library on 7th Street. So additionally, if I go back to my site plan, we anticipated that most of the users for the clinic and the library were going to approach the building from the Flamingo Park neighborhood. So these are the images that showed the entrance on 7th Street to both the clinic and the library. The clinic entrance is articulated by a 2-story glass volume. On the ground floor, we have the pharmacy, and then on the ground floor we have the whole square footage for the clinic. The other thing I wanted to highlight with this image is that the plan for the clinic is a very rigid program. It requires square small offices for the exam rooms. So what we ended up doing with the design is we cantilever the volume for the regular plan for the clinic over 7 and Alton Road. By having that mass being made out of concrete, then we don't have a column at the corner, and then we provide a nice corner gesture that allow pedestrians to come from Alton Road into 7th Street. This is the elevation on Alton Road. By working with staff, one of the comments that we addressed was breaking up the facade based on that Flamingo overlaid Alton Road district. There's a requirement in the code to not have facades be more than 50 feet long. The building right now was 100 feet, so we kept the mass over 7th Street, and we broke down the facade along Alton to comply with the code requirements. Again, we were looking at, while we were designing the project, we were looking at the MIMO post-war modern design guidelines. As was mentioned before, the scale of the project, it's within the context, it's actually smaller than the adjacent buildings. We are introducing the split on the west and east facade to break down the scale of the mass. The Alton Road street wall is maintained. The angular ground level facade opens to views into the entrance corridor for the pedestrian access. And again, the directional emphasis, the rotation of the ground level facade reinforces the horizontality of the building mass, canopy, and canopy elements with vertical breaks at the West Library entrance and the North Clinic entrance. With that, I'll just go quickly through our plan. This is a hardscape plan. We're proposing to relocate the Live Oaks to Alton Road, creating a similar condition to the one that we have on north of 7th Street at the Baptist Health Center, where you're shielded from the vehicular traffic by the landscape. And again, reinforcing that corner condition that allows pedestrians to basically cut the corner into 7th Street. This is very briefly the hardscape plan, showing the very limited hardscape that we have due to the site constraints. Quickly, the site plan showing the orientation of the building. The building entrance is just on Alton Road, is just south of the overpass into 7th Street. And then we're using the alley on the east of the building for the parking and basically all the back of house spaces. Briefly, the floor plan, the clinic entrance on 7th Street on the northeast corner, library on the southwest corner with entrance on 7th Street as well. Again, that plan for the second floor of the clinic, a lot of small rooms. Just to know that this footprint is smaller than the existing clinic, so that was a challenge for the project. And again, this is just the elevations showing the different elements that were used in the design to articulate the facade and break up the mass. The elevation along 7th Street. This is the alley elevation, and then the elevation towards the storage unit, storage building on the south of the property. And with that, that's the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wilson. We're here to answer any questions you might have or any of the questions the public might have.
Thank you very much. We'll start with any board questions. Yes, Ray.
I noticed the drop-off area seemed awfully small, for cars pulling in, pulling out. And the other thing is, since this medical facility is so much smaller than the one across the street, has this building been designed to add a third floor if the need comes in the future, since you would still well be within your height?
Thank you for the question.
You know what, we're going to, I'm sorry to interrupt, we'll take all the questions and give you a chance to address them all at once.
Okay,
Anybody
so I'll write
else
them.
with questions? Let's do it.
I'm wondering if there are places that you would find appropriate to have bicycle parking, because I would think for a library and a clinic, there should be ample bicycle, but not on the elevations, if you want to show me. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I just wanted to know if someone can touch on the floodproofing that's being done. I know it's below base flood elevation, and it mentions that it'll be floodproof. Just if you can explain that, how.
Just going back to the development agreement that you guys referenced, could you just give us a little bit of color and detail? Recognizing that that's already been passed and whatnot, I was just curious if you could give us some color there on whether it's like a lease structure or, kind of what the, the county, your agreement is with the county on that.
Okay. And one last question, just about for pedestrians approaching the library, how do they know which entrance to enter? I see signage up on the second floor. I wonder if there's anything to indicate at the pedestrian level where the entrance to the library is, or that it is a library. Okay.
Thank you. So let me just start off with answering the questions, and then I'm sure they'll maybe have more questions afterwards. The size of the actual clinic is actually larger than the existing clinic today. So, and it's also designed to be compliant with federal regulations today, which the old clinic is not. So the actual size of the clinic is larger than what is existing today. As it affects the library is also significantly larger than what the library is today. So that answers the first two questions. There is no third floor possibility because we've used up all the FAR that the property is entitled to have. So there is no excess FAR. As for bicycle locations, the previous clinic had no parking spaces whatsoever. The new clinic has 8 parking spaces, and we do believe in saving our trees. We have beautiful oak trees that will be relocated. 2 of them are relocated in the rear of the property on the alleyway, and we could provide additional bike parking there. And I'd like to also address that the clinic sees 6,000 people today. 6,000 visits today, and 99% of them are people who walk to the clinic. Okay, it's a community health clinic. They don't drive to the clinic. But with that said, the clinic does have parking available in the City of Miami Beach's municipal lot in 5th Street, which this site is significantly closer to than what the old site is. So it does aid in that, and it also has 8 existing parking spaces, one of which is handicapped as well. As far as flood elevation goes, it meets all the flood elevation criteria, and we do have storm shutters, and the way the building is designed, it's designed under the current South Florida Building Code, which the old building is not, and would be able to sustain high winds and any other requirements that there might have. As for the development agreement, this is something that has taken hours and hours and hours because it's a development agreement that's with the county as well as with the City of Miami Beach. So the basic transaction is the clinic and the library is received without fee, other than a $5 million contribution for the library, which is nowhere near the actual cost of this library. The buildings are designed and built in accordance with Dade County standards, and they receive the building absolutely outright, free of any type of liens or other matters. In return for that, the incredible public of the city of Miami Beach voted in a referendum for an FAR change across the street, which they voted for. 65% of the vote of the public supported this particular clinic, and that is unheard of for a density increase. So it has the full faith and strength of the city community behind it in that vote. So the currency that is used is the old facilities that were previously the medical health clinic that will be taken down, and a new building will be built that will embrace the park and make this park even better. I would tell you that the park today is the most environmentally sound park added to the roster of Miami Beach, and one of the most environmentally responsive parks up and down the eastern seaboard that has been developed in recent years, and we're very, very proud of that. As far as the pedestrian entrances, they're completely separate and apart, and there's signage for each. You will not go into the wrong door when you actually show it, and maybe we can have an elevation brought up, but they're completely separate, and there is signage provided so that you would never make a mistake of going into the wrong place. And we'll show you that designation now. You'll see on the right and at the corner of Alton is the library, and then to the left is the entryway with proper verbiage, proper signage for the health clinic, which has its pharmacy on the first floor. Because one of the things that's unknown commonly is that this particular facility actually is the pharmaceutical drugs for all of the people from Miami Beach that use the community health center. So we also do the pharmaceutical requirements for other than the people who attend this particular property. So I think those were the questions you were asked, but I'm here to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you for that.
And by the way, just to draw your attention on page LH1, you'll notice some very, very nicely designed bike racks at the property as well. So not only can we add them in the back and the alleyway, but we already have them existing in the front, because that is one of the requirements. Page LH1.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll move on to public disclosures and our public hearing. Any disclosures from the board? Okay, don't see any, so we'll ask Debbie to open the public comment.
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand. Any members in the audience, please come forward.
Good morning again. Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. We support this project in line with the staff recommendations, and in particular, we appreciate the applicant's plan to relocate the oak trees onto the right-of-way. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public wishing to comment.
Thank you, Debbie. Board members wishing to comment? Brian?
I would just say, having also walked this path this week to go to Baptist Health, I am also very appreciative of the proposal to relocate those oak trees. That street is just in dire need of some continuity, I think, from a pedestrian point of view. So I commend you guys for doing that.
Is the placement of those oak trees part of the recommended order? Because the elevations in the submission, I think maybe there's one that shows a cross section with an oak tree, but most of the elevations in the plans do not show the oak trees. So just I understand that's important to everybody, and so I think it should be clear in the order that it's part of the plan.
We purposely do that in order so that you can actually see the facade, and I appreciate the comment, Stuart. But it's clearly illuminated on the site plan. So that's typically how it's done.
Okay, great. And then my other comment, as far as the bike racks, also for scooter parking too. I see here on the plan, it looks like they're proposing by the entrance to the clinic lobby three bike racks. I'm just thinking that as the city, I don't know what the city's ordinances are about placement of bike racks, but they're typically on public sidewalks and places there are bike racks. And I think that being that this is a public library and a public health clinic in a neighborhood where people get around by scooter and bicycle as well as foot, I think that we could use more than three bike racks. Maybe, and not only at the right outside the entrance, but on the sidewalks.
Bike racks on the sidewalk are city's responsibility, and there's really no problem. Anytime I've complained to the city that there were bike racks missing, I tell them where, and within 2 weeks there's one in the place. So that's really the city's responsibility.
You have a lot of power, right?
Well, I'd like to hear from the city staff about that. If it's just as easy as Ray Breslin calling the city and saying place a bike rack here.
Well, the city does install bike racks throughout the city within the right of way, within the sidewalk areas. In this particular property, one of our challenges that we worked really well with the architect was to keep the sidewalk, which is relatively narrow here, as open as possible, and to actually, that's why the front of the ground floor building, the front and 11th Street, is set back to get more sidewalk area, because this is a challenging pedestrian portion of the city where it is slightly uncomfortable now. I think what they're proposing is going to enhance the width of the sidewalk, so it's going to be much more comfortable. But the city, throughout Flamingo Park, has bike racks installed in sidewalks where it's appropriate, and within swale areas to a certain extent. I think there may be some opportunity to put more bike racks in the private property where they're showing them now. I don't know if there is no requirement for this particular project for the bike racks, but I think we could work with the applicant to maybe maximize the number of bicycle parking within their property. Maybe
We'd be delighted to do that.
Perfect. I think that one of the advantages of the board is a lot of times that what comes out of the process is a good project, is an even better project. I appreciate that there's going to be, the way the building is cantilevered, there's going to be shade and protection from the elements for pedestrians. So there's a lot of good things going for this project, and I just think some more bicycle and scooter parking makes it even better.
Rick, I have one question. Debbie, I was wondering, this is a pretty complex, it's an unusual combination of things that people in the city are not going to be used to. And getting back to Rick's question about just how do you know what, and I just was wondering what did you have conversations about where people know, how people know it's a library when you're driving down South on Alton Road, and what these two symbols, I know one of the symbols, is it the seal of the county, and the other one, what's the blue one?
That's the seal of the Community Health Center.
That's the health center. Where's the library one?
And the library one is actually facing Alton Road.
That's
you will
the
not,
seal?
Yeah, you will not see the health clinic on that side. That is the library. Exactly.
Wait. But I'm looking at this image with the one on top of the other. That's the Alton Road side. So
that's the Alton Road side.
Top, that's the clinic, and that big seal is the library seal. Okay. Let me see.
Yeah.
It is?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Perfect. Got it. All right. That's good. As long as that's all I needed to know. I couldn't read it though, so that's why I was.
That leads right into my comment, which is that even if there's signage there, it's not in a place where the pedestrian would see it, and you know, well, maybe it's labeled here somewhere. I'm having trouble finding it on the floor plans. I mean, I see 2 double doors going into the library. I can't tell, you know, which one is the proper entrance, and I don't know if one is an emergency exit. I don't know. The library doesn't have a floor plan showing furniture, so I'm not sure where bookshelves are going to be. I'm surprised to see storefront glass for a public library going all the way down to the floor, because it's going to limit, you know, how you furnish that space. But if that's, you know, the choice, then I think it's really important the signage for the pedestrian should be really clear, because we don't want people making the mistake of going to the pharmacy when they want to go to the library. So I think that's something that perhaps the applicant can work with the staff on, fine-tuning that, you know.
Happy to.
But I didn't want to go by without calling attention to it.
Rick,
Otherwise, I think it's a really wonderful project. I mean, of course, these are a great contribution to the community. So I think there was another comment
Well,
here.
just so you know, the library on 22nd Street, the glass goes all the way to the floor of the library.
Yeah.
It's up a few steps, but the floor of the library and the glass meet.
Rick, I just wanted to point out that the public library system is huge, and they have a board very similar to this board that reviews every single library plan. And they made these changes to these plans, okay? They were extensively involved, okay? So, and they didn't spare a dime because it wasn't their dime, so.
You know, I just imagine myself, you know, as a kid riding my bike to the library, and oops, I step into a pharmacy, or, you know, I'm in the wrong place, and how do I know? And, you know, there's a sign 15 feet over my head that's designed maybe for the drawings or for someone in a car, but it's important to really consider the pedestrian, especially for a neighborhood building like this.
If you look at the front page, there's special wording here that also talks about the clinic. But we'll work with staff and make sure that there's adequate wording for everybody, for sure. We'd be delighted to do that.
And with floor-to-ceiling glass, you'll be able to see all the books.
Yes, that's for sure.
And actually, I was going to address that. So considering that this is a replacement for the South Shore Library, which I've actually been to, I don't know if you guys have, but I have literally been in there to check out a book. So it's kind of set up and back behind these like parapet wall type things. So it's not visible. If you didn't know South Shore Library was there, you wouldn't know it was there. So to me, I think, number one, from a pedestrian experience, the glass facade coming down, I don't think you're going to have any question. That is a room full of books, most likely a library. Obviously, this is a rendering, but you know, I get the impression that you're going to be able to see that. And then also, as the entrance to the city, coming down from a traffic standpoint, from a car's perspective, you're coming down, and rather than this empty lot, you're able to see kind of this showcase, I think is what it's going to be. So I don't think there's going to be much question. At least I don't see it as a question when I'm walking by this, but I understand and appreciate your comments.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about, you know, what would my kids do, you know? And maybe they get it, but maybe they don't. And, you know, to that point, you know, I also see that the second floor is very solid, you know, and I see, you know, the drawings represent it one way, but it's keyed in an image of a kind of masonry screen. Is that screened also in front of glass? Or is that going to be solid?
No, that is actually part of the compliance of the Community Health Center being federally compliant and privacy rules. So,
okay, thank you very much. Any other comments from the board? I think we're done. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the staff recommendations and grant the variance. I mean, grant the, sorry, as per staff recommendations. Yeah.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Reed? Yes. Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Stewart? Yes. Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
And Mr. Lopez?
yes. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
I just want to note that Brian and Rick's nameplates have been reversed the entire meeting, so my OCD
We like to
can't let
mix it
that
up
go.
around here, Graham.
It's good to see you again.
I see lunch is here. Mr. Chair, I do see lunch has been delivered. We have 2 more applications on the agenda. We have one very brief discussion item. What would the board like to do? Would you like to continue on, take a break?
Why don't we do the discussion item and then we break for lunch? Could we do that?
I think that the next 2 will probably be, reasonably lengthy. Okay, so we'll come back in 15 minutes, 10 of noon. Okay.
Back to the April meeting, April 11th. We are going to move on down our new applications, and I'll ask Debbie to introduce the next applicant.
Thank you, and welcome back, everyone. The next application on the agenda is HPB 220561. This is 829 4th Street. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the substantial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing building on the site, the construction of an attached multifamily residential addition, and a variance from the setback requirements. The subject structure is located in the Ocean Beach Local Historic District. It was constructed in 1952 and is a post-war modern style building. The one-story structure currently contains 4 apartment units that are accessed via a side garden courtyard along the alley, which is Jefferson Court. The primary facade does feature a number of architectural elements that are characteristic of the post-war modern style, as you can see in the 1955 photograph in our staff analysis. So the applicant is currently proposing to construct a 4-story rear addition, and the project will consist of a small commercial space and 8 parking spaces at the ground level, 9 residential units at the upper levels, and a rooftop amenity deck. In order to construct the addition, the applicant is proposing to demolish approximately 75% of the rear of the building. The portion that is proposed to be retained is shown to be substantially restored. However, staff does have some comments regarding the masonry piers and decorative arch above those masonry piers. We would ask that that element be incorporated into the new proposed design. But overall, we are very supportive of the proposal to restore that portion of the building. While the amount of demolition is substantial, staff would note that this portion along the alley is a repetitive facade, and we do believe the primary architectural features of this building will be retained in the portion that is not being demolished, that is being restored. Staff is also generally supportive of the design of the new addition. I would note that the maximum height allowable in this particular district is 50 feet. The applicant is proposing a height of 38 feet. So, we appreciate that in order to mitigate this extra height is, not only to the 1-story portion that they're retaining, but also to the surrounding neighborhood. We do appreciate the gesture to lower the height to about 12 feet than what is allowable. Staff does have some minor concerns relative to the overall design. First, we recommend that the extra window surround cladding be eliminated in order to reduce some of that very strong vertical articulation. We would also recommend that the color of the existing aluminum cladding be reevaluated to be more complementary to the contributing building. We'll note that the contributing building has portions of natural stone, which are relatively warm in color, And we think that that type of tonality may be more appropriate and may actually complement the contributing building in a more appropriate way. Finally, we are recommending that the rear elevation, which faces north, be further developed to break up the large expanse of the proposed porcelain tile cladding. With regard to the variance, so there is one variance requested, and that variance is to reduce by 5 feet the minimum required rear setback of 10 feet in order to construct the addition at 5 feet. Staff would note that the existing lot is actually undersized. The requirements today to build on a lot is 6,000 square feet. This existing lot has a 5,000 square foot area. Therefore, one of the unique hardships is we're dealing with an existing undersized lot. Another aspect of the variance is, and this is something that, and I'm going to be very straightforward with you, when the applicant first came to us, they were not proposing a variance. They were not requesting a variance. They had showed us a scheme where it was a 10-foot setback. That, from staff's opinion, resulted in a very overwhelming sense to the contributing one-story building. You have such a dramatic shift in scale between the one-story building, which is just above grade, and then this 38-foot building in the rear. So we actually evaluated the context. We noted that the existing property abuts a surface parking lot that's part of that bank complex that also has a drive-through. And we recommended to the applicant that they shift that mass further away from the contributing building and request the 5-foot variance. And that was primarily due to the requirements for the certificate of appropriateness. We believe that our certificate of appropriateness review criteria required the applicant to request this variance. And then we also noted again that the current lot is undersized, so they don't have that additional room to give to the contributing building. With that, we are recommending approval of the variance and approval of the certificate of appropriateness subject to the conditions in your draft order. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Debbie. Does the board have any questions for Debbie? Stuart?
Yes. I'm wondering why there's no request for a variance from the minimum lot size then.
That's a great question. So when you have an existing improvement on a property, you have an existing building that is either in whole or in part to be retained, that nonconformity will travel. So while they are nonconforming, if they were proposing total demolition, they would need to request that variance. But because they're keeping a portion of the existing building, the variance is not required.
And just to clarify, when you say that the lot is undersized, are you saying that compared to other lots in like along 4th Street, it's undersized, or just like, I'm just curious. Like I appreciate the comment. I'm just trying to understand it for my own education.
Sure. It's non-conforming to the current requirements. In terms of the other, I mean, I think it varies on the north side of 4th Street. I would have to take a look at that, and I can look that up and get you a response later.
Debbie, you had made the recommendation for the variance, and you said that the height massing was different. Was that mean before you suggested the variance that the height would have been taller than 38 feet? I mean, I'm not sure exactly what you were referring to there.
No, the applicant would like to build the 4-story building at 38 feet. That has been consistent throughout. They could put another floor on the building according to code without a variance and shift, and chop off some of the rear so they would meet the 10 feet. But then you would have a building that's even an additional story taller, which again is something that, staff would really have to evaluate, because there is such a scale difference between the one-story contributing building and the 38 feet. So adding additional height may or may not be consistent with the certificate of appropriateness criteria. But we were appreciative that they actually lowered the building to what was allowed.
Can I? So you say they lowered the building to what was allowed, but I thought that you also said that it could have been taller without a variance, right?
It could have been taller without a variance, but it may not have satisfied the certificate of appropriateness criteria. That may have created an incompatible relationship, likely would have. So what happens is when you lower a building to get the same amount of square footage that you're allowed by code, it gets fatter, right? It spreads out more than it would if it was taller. In this instance, because the rear of the property is the only portion that's asking to be varied from, abuts a surface parking lot with a bank drive-through, we thought that that would have no negative impact on the adjacent property, and would be a much better solution than adding additional height that would then start to have adverse impacts on the contributing buildings in the historic district.
What would have been the adverse impact?
The additional height may have overwhelmed, especially that one-story contributing building. You do have some taller buildings in the neighborhood. Most of those, I think, were built prior to this being a historic district. So the certificate of appropriateness criteria were really the driving factor with regard to the difficulties of achieving the amount of square footage that's allowable and not having an adverse impact on the historic architecture.
And the fact that it butts a commercial property.
Commercial property with a surface parking lot, which, shifting that building 5 foot closer to a commercial parking lot, we do not believe will have any, adverse impact on the surrounding district or the adjacent property.
Okay, I think that does it. Welcome.
Right, thank you. First of all, good afternoon. Jose Carlo, longtime resident, longtime architect of Miami Beach at 11 Island Avenue, number 2105. I am here to present the project at 829 4th Street. And also I'd like to mention that the owners are here, Mr. Bettini and Mr. Antoni. The project, as was mentioned earlier, originally was a 4-unit cottage building built in 1952 by the architect Harry Shrebke. But however, over the years, that property has fallen into some disrepair and with minimal upkeep. The property was then acquired last year for investment to reinvigorate the building and the property and the neighborhood. And one thing that we did from the very outset is that we took an approach that's really almost common in the neighborhood, and that we kept a portion of the existing building and added a contiguous addition on the back. Projects like 422 Meridian, 234 Washington, 234 Jefferson. Regarding our design, the demolition was done with the intent of preserving the most illustrative part of the existing building. The idea was that this building is really a 4-unit building where units 1 and 3 are exactly the same. Units 2 and 4 are the same, but in reverse. And there you can see the existing layout. So what we did is that the front unit on 4th Street was preserved in its entirety. Now, one of the things also, and there you can see in the elevation, that it's 4 bays that repeat. Now, one of the things that we thought was very important was if you go around the neighborhood, you see the foliage that's present, that's abundant, and the buildings that are really at a smaller scale. They're low-rise buildings, mostly 3-4 stories, with some units that do go past that. But that was very important in terms of what we wanted to propose for the property. There you see the boundaries of the existing lot, and you see that there's a small 2-story building adjacent, and then there's a 5-story building further to the west on the corner. Now, I want to show this slide in particular to show the piers, and I do want to come back to that later on in the presentation, but you see that in the upper left photograph. That's one of the 2 piers that are existing on the front fence. So again, the idea was to really to complement and not emulate the existing design. And one of the things that we did, or that this particularly the owners wanted to do, was to have an elegant design. And to that extent, we worked with an architect in Milano who helped with the development of the facades and the overall look of the project. Hold on. So again, here you can see where we kept the front quarter of the existing structure, and that part of the building will be converted in for commercial use. Now, the rear part, the new addition of the project, will be the common areas with a small open-air lobby. There's a bike room. There's obviously the parking spots, the utility rooms, and so on. But again, one of the key elements of this project was the courtyard. We wanted to make sure that we kept not only part of the building, but part of the courtyard of what that's existing. So to that extent, we have the courtyard at the corner, at the southeast corner of the property, and we have a second courtyard also behind the existing structure, where we plan to have a garden. And again, going back to the courtyard, for us it was, and let me illustrate in the perspectives, it was very important that we have the courtyard to activate the interaction with the street. So one of the things that we did in terms of the massing was that we have on the east side of the courtyard, we have a green wall. We have a green wall on the rear side, and then above it, we have the elements of the building cantilevering out, not only over the courtyard, but over the existing structure to create a framing effect. And in the meantime, the main facade of the existing building remains intact, but what we wanted to do was to enlarge the side windows of the existing structure. The reason for that was, again, the interaction with the courtyard, and also that we want to make sure that we do everything possible to ensure the success of whatever commercial venue goes in there. And then behind that, of course, is the new addition. It's 9 residential units, 3 per floor, and then at the very top is an amenities deck that is solely for the use of the residents. It will have no commercial use. Now, regarding the variance, I think Debbie summarized it. The issue there is that keeping a quarter of the existing structure basically means that we have an effective setback of about 20-some feet. And given that there's that 20-some feet at the front, we asked for the 20-some feet instead of, in lieu of 5 feet, which is the standard, we asked for the 5 additional feet at the rear. And the reason being just that had it not been for that variance and also for the cantilevers that we're using, we would have had to go higher with the structure, meaning a taller building also more expensive and less in character with the neighborhood. Now, regarding the recommendations by staff, the first one was that we keep the piers, the brick piers at the front, and possibly restore the archway. And yes, we had considered keeping the piers. Again, the idea was to make the courtyard as open as possible. That's why we took them out. But we can make it work by putting them back in. We'll work with the archway to come up with something that both conforms to the original design and to the new proposed project. Regarding the non-original windows of the building, yes, of course, we'll replace the windows, make sure they're code compliant, and we'll work with staff regarding the finish. The aluminum cladding around the windows of the new structure, we'll work on that. I don't know if we'll get to the point of eliminating it, but yes, we'll work on absolutely on reducing the impact of the aluminum cladding. The color, and we agree that the color should mimic the colors that are found in the brick of the existing structure. And then to work to break up the expanse of the north facade, same. We're glad to look at it in terms of using color, relief, or just fragmenting the cladding that we have on the north facade. Again, in brief, our goal was to come up with an urban design. Obviously, we don't have the amenities of the larger properties. This lot is rather small. We had to make sure that it was an elegant building for someone who's really going to enjoy being at home and really going to enjoy going out and making use of Miami Beach, nightlife, restaurants, culture, etc. And with that, that's our brief presentation.
Thank you very much.
15 seconds to spare.
Excellent. Any board members have questions for the applicant?
Just that you talk about residential units, you don't talk about whether they're apartments or condos. And the other thing is the existing building, where does that fall within the floodplain? And is there any intention of raising it to meet whatever the minimum floodplain is now?
Our intention right now is to
we'll try to get out any other questions and give you a chance to address them all. Anyone else have questions to put forward?
Okay, I'll ask. You mentioned you're kind of vague about the aluminum cladding surrounding the proposed windows located in the new addition. Mm-hmm. You said you'll work on it, but the order says that they'll be eliminated. Are you willing to eliminate them?
My only concern is that right now we're planning on full height windows, but if that's what it takes, it's not an issue. Yes. Yeah. The short answer, yes.
Okay. Anyone else? Brian, Lindsay? Okay. Then if you'd like to address the earlier questions.
Yeah. So the first question regarding rentals or ownership, we're actually doing the market study right now, but the intention is to have condominiums. The intention is to have 9 condominium units. And it was the second part. The height. Yes, I'm sorry. So the plan right now is to keep it where it is. It's at 8 feet. We were not planning on raising it. One of the big challenges of this project is actually being able to ramp up in that short distance to the existing structure to meet our ADA and handicap requirements.
Okay, thank you. Oh, so we have another one.
So a question, just to look at the plan, the new structure and the part of the old structure that's remaining. How do the two relate to each other? Or do they relate to each other in any way? And I'm wondering why are we even why are they even keeping a quarter of it? If it just looks like it was left, but it doesn't really look like it relates to the new structure in any way.
Well, there's really a two-part answer. One is, yes, we wanted to have, again, not a copy, but we wanted to have a complement. So the idea was to keep the original design emblematic of the architecture of the time, and next to it juxtapose a new modern design. So, and as far as why keep a part of it, I mean, the idea was always to keep a portion of the structure as, for one thing, as required. But that's.
I wanted to ask Debbie, maybe, if I can, because that question, because you in the staff report, you really kind of addressed that, and this is one of the things that I have kind of a big challenge with just around the city. But I know you guys have really thoughtfully kind of approached this project and looked at many iterations of it, and maybe you can maybe you could kind of help us kind of talk about what what your response maybe would be, because you write about it in here, but maybe you could elaborate a little bit more about that relationship between the two.
Sure. So, this is a new addition. So, number one, we do need it to be, and in our criteria require it to be differentiated from the historic building. In this particular instance, the building typology, the exterior fenestration is, for the new addition, is similar in concept to the historic building. It's punctured masonry, right? We're not dealing with a glass curtain wall system or something that is completely opposed to that punctured masonry typology. I think the applicant has also thoughtfully placed the window relatively in alignment in terms of the rhythm of the building with the historic building. What was I going to say? I'm sorry. I rarely lose my train of thought. So I think those two elements. Oh, I know what I was going to say. So one of the issues we thought that would make it more compatible was to kind of lessen that strong vertical emphasis. I think it's nice as a juxtaposition to that very low horizontal, but we thought as currently designed, it was a little too overwhelming, those strong dark verticals, which is why we're recommending that those kind of aluminum panels be eliminated, which we think would achieve a greater level of compatibility with the existing contributing building.
Did you have any internal conversations about the way the new structure kind of comes forward towards the street?
Yeah, we had a lot of conversations with the applicant about that. It's actually pushed back significantly more, which is one of the reasons why we need the variance now than what was originally kind of discussed with staff. Our goal was to try and push the volume back. We did believe that the 5 feet is the minimum required to achieve compatibility. Yes, they could technically come back to you and say, we want a variance for 0 feet, and we're going to try to even shift it further. But we thought with the 5-foot variance, that would be, the minimum that could achieve a certain level of compatibility. And also they've introduced some horizontal. They're less prominent than the vertical elements to kind of recall the very horizontal emphasis of the existing building.
Thank you for the question and the answer, and thank you for your presentation. We are going to move on to disclosures and public comments. Anybody have any disclosures to make? No? Okay. Debbie, do we
Okay.
open to the
Any
public?
members of the public wishing to comment, please raise your hand or come forward.
Good afternoon, Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. We have concerns about the demolition of the existing historic structure and maintenance of only a small part of that structure. This could set a precedent that may lead to further incompatible development in the neighborhood. As far as the proposed structure's design, we believe that it's not compatible as currently cited and that it overwhelms the one-story historic structure that remains. We agree with staff's idea to lighten the color of the window cladding to be more compatible with the existing structure. In addition, we would propose a green wall that is directly above the one-story structure, with the intent of having a softer transition between the old and the new. Thank you very much.
Anyone on Zoom? Or anyone else in the room?
See no other members of the public.
Okay. Thank you for the public comment. We'll move on to board comment. Would someone like to start us off? Mr. Breslin.
Well, whenever I go through a project, I go through the whole thing before I read the staff comments. And the first thing I said is, oh my God, this building is way too dark compared to the original building. And then when I saw the staff comments, and I said, okay, I can live with that. And so I think that the staff has done a very good job of working with the applicant to try and make this the best possible project that it can be. Yes, I'm sad that we're tearing down 3/4 of this building, but there's a lot of areas south of 5th that this has already been done in, and we are maintaining, a quarter of it and the part that is on the street. I think it's a good project, and your comments from staff are right on. Thank you.
Sure. I agree with MDPL that just keeping a small fraction of this building doesn't really seem to accomplish the historic preservation objectives of this board. In fact, looking at it, it looks like that little piece is just there because it has to be. It doesn't look like it belongs there or it's appreciated for being there. The design, I'm sorry, I want to like everything that comes before us, and it just doesn't do it for me. It just seems like when you're looking at the top piece, a horizontal rectangle, and then on the side, a vertical rectangle, and then the two insets, and then the house. It just all looks really jumbled to me, besides just the darkness. And as far as the variances requested goes, in the variance analysis, and I appreciate Mr. Stewart's comments in a previous application, because he's correct that you can rely on the staff as an expert opinion. However, here the staff finds that the undersized lot and retention of a contributing building create practical difficulties that warrant the issue of the variance. See, the variance, the laws that we look to for granting variances are not that complicated. There's the one section, 118-353, that has the 8 different criteria, and then the staff often, always, refers to Article 1, Section 2 about the appointment, composition, and duties of the Board of Adjustment. But that does mention that when practical difficulties or unnecessary hardships are there in the way of carrying out the strict letter of zoning ordinances, it says that the Board of Adjustment has the power in passing upon appeals. Okay, but somehow that became translated that when the staff says, oh, there's practical difficulties and hardships, that gives us a pass to approve of a variance. And that's not the way I read the law. I think it would be best served if the staff would tell applicants who want to have a variance as part of their application, be prepared to come before the board and show them why your application satisfies the criteria in 118-353D. But it so happens just about every applicant that comes before us doesn't even address it. They don't even address it because the staff has already told them, well, there are practical difficulties to build on the site. It's too small or too irregular shaped or whatever. But that's not in the criteria in the law for granting variances. And it even says the board shall find. Shall find means there has to be evidence before us. There has to be testimony. What we have here is the staff said that they didn't even need this variance. They could have built higher, but they didn't want them to build higher. The staff preferred that they would get a variance because they didn't want them to build as high as the law allows. So they could have built a building without the variance. The variance isn't required. The variances are for circumstances where a property owner isn't able to make a reasonable use of their property, and that the law is inherently unfair to them because they're not going to be able to enjoy their property as other property owners do, and they need the variance, essentially. But here the staff is telling us they didn't need it. We prefer the design with the variance, and that's another improper use of the variance process, and it doesn't serve anybody well. It would be best if the applicants came before us knowing exactly what the criteria are and prepared to show us why they satisfy the criteria. And I don't think the staff should be asking people to apply for variances when they don't need it.
I just want to just make a couple of comments. Obviously, whether the criteria for a variance has been satisfied is a decision for the board ultimately to make. That's a question of fact that you routinely do at each of your monthly meetings. Staff is required under the code to evaluate a proposed variance under the criteria in Article 1, Section 2 of the Related Special Acts, and also in the City Code, and that analysis appears in your staff report. Ultimately, though, whether the board disagrees with staff or not is a decision for you all to make. But this particular application is properly before you, and it's important to remember that property owners have a right to file applications to come before this board. So we are without authority to turn someone away as far as merely filing an application that is properly before you.
Just because your comments were addressed to my comments, just to go back and it brings back John's comments earlier about, well, we rely on the staff. Well, look at page 2 of the staff report, and this is practical difficulty and hardship criteria. This is what we see in every application that requests a variance. This is not an analysis. This is cut and paste. And what it is it's listing the criteria in the law. And what does it say even? The applicant has submitted plans and documents with the application that also indicate the following as they relate to the requirements of Section 118-353D of the City Code. Well, I haven't seen those things in the plans. It says the plans indicate the following. And anyway, the law doesn't say they have to submit plans that indicate the following. The law, it says that the board shall find. So there has to be things before us. And so it's not that the staff report has that evidence, that it basically just restates what the law is. And so that doesn't really cut it, in my opinion, where they're restating the law and saying, well, in our opinion, the plans indicate these certain things, which they don't. And then they list those things, and then that's going to give us a basis for us to hang our hat on it. The only thing which they did in this report make a finding as far as why the staff feels the variance is appropriate is on page 10 of 10. They say staff finds that the undersized lot and retention of a contributing building create practical difficulties that warrant the issuance of the variance. It's just doesn't even come close to what the code requires for granting a variance. So that's why I can't support it.
Thank you, Stuart. Anyone else want to follow? Ray, John?
Yeah, I guess I was kind of interested in the certificate of appropriateness first. Kind of some of the questions there, in terms of scale, in terms of kind of how the two buildings, the older building and the newer building, relate to one another, and I was also kind of hoping that that having had the staff recommendations, that there would be visualization of what some of the changes would be, like to be able to see what it would look like without the aluminum, what it would look like with lighter, surface treatment. Also, potentially what it would look like with a green wall, like MDPL had recommended. I just think that in my opinion, there needs to really be more of a separation between the old building and the new building, and that they need to. I feel they need to kind of respect one another more in order to have a relationship. And I think the staff is going in that direction with the report when they say they're generally supportive, and that cracked a door open for me, because I think that I'm kind of at this point generally not supportive of this project, just primarily because of the way the building from above and from the east side kind of engulfs this existing contributing structure. It's not a non-contributing structure that has no meaning for this neighborhood. It's a contributing structure, and actually across the street there's another structure that's very similarly scaled. So I would like to see this kind of rethought, and in terms of some of the comments that the staff has given and others, but that's just where I'm standing now.
Thank you, John.
So I'll echo John Stewart's comments and what the staff had recommended. I would like to see kind of the rendering show those concessions that are willing to be made as far as the lighter cladding. I was pointing out around the corner on Meridian, you have the Louver House that has aluminum cladding, different style. It's not a preservation project, but it is in the Ocean Beach neighborhood, historic district, with that lighter cladding that's kind of more in keeping with the stone cladding. I guess it's cladding on the existing contributing structure. So those are the type of things I'd like to see, and I say that to you now, but also so that anyone watching or coming back to look at this instance of the Historic Preservation Board, to do that prior to coming before us, so that we can see it rather than having to send you away and having you come back. But those are the things that I would like to see.
I did, but I will make just one additional comment. Based on exactly what's been said here, the previous project that came before us did go ahead and make changes to the renderings and everything for us to see, so that we knew exactly what we were looking at. So I think maybe the right thing for us to do here is to continue this, to have them come back and actually show us, not that we're rejecting this project, but actually show us what it's going to look like. Thank you.
I want to know, are we going to have separate comment on the variance portion or just certificate of appropriateness at this point?
We can, if you'd like.
Just along those lines, to my fellow board members more than anything, I think that, if staff is recommending that, or has recommended, obviously, that they shift kind of the massing back of this additional structure, and that's what's causing the need for the variance, and if that is for the purpose of further promoting the historic character of this contributing building, or what remains of the contributing historic structure, then I would not necessarily be opposed to that because it was based on staff recommendation. And so I want to put that out there because we've had a little bit of discussion on variance, but not extensive. So.
Okay, then I guess I'll add my comments. First, I appreciate the applicant coming here today and putting this project forward, because this is a way of giving an existing building a new life in a neighborhood that many people love and care about. So it's, I think, a commendable act, and I think we all appreciate the effort to preserve the scale of this part of Miami Beach. I think part of the challenge here is how to measure how much to add. You know, it's a delicate thing that if you go maybe a little too far, it feels like it imposes on the neighborhood. And I think that maybe some of the board members here are reacting to the volume that grows over the existing structure. Because for the question of compatibility, I think it's hard to say that, you know, this existing historic building and the new building are compatible. I think it's a little bit of a stretch. It's also, I think, a stretch to use the word courtyard for these little open spaces or light wells, but that's okay. I think that perhaps the course here might be to ask the applicant to take some of these comments and revisit the proposed design. As we do oftentimes, we ask applicants to come back having rethought certain aspects of it so that it can flow through with everybody's support. One of the things that I think would really help is for the two volumes that project forward, if they go back a little bit, I think it has a great impact. You know, if the volume that projects forward is the one existing one, okay, and then the main body of the building stays back, maybe you have projecting balconies or one projecting volume, but right now it's kind of ominous, you know, and it seems a little bit heavy-handed and dark because of the way the volumes push forward. If that means that you have to go higher and the zoning code allows it, well, I don't know if a pedestrian is going to distinguish much between a fourth and a fifth story. I don't know, you know, particularly if it steps back. And, you know, to Stuart's point here, the zoning variances are, you know, I think to be earned with showing a true hardship. And I don't know that we're seeing that here. I don't know. We heard that there was a version of this that worked without the setback variant. So I don't know. If I were the applicant, I would try to consider the recommendations from staff in terms of color, to tone it down so that it feels a little bit more gentle and not quite so intense. And perhaps pushing back those volumes will help make it feel more cohesive and, in fact, more compatible with the neighborhood. I have no doubt that this is going to be a good project and a good contribution to the neighborhood. So, with that, we'll close our board comments, and I'll ask if any of our board members would like to make a motion.
I would make a motion to continue this.
Okay, and we need a date certain. I would recommend the June 13th meeting so that staff has time to meet with the applicant and discuss some of these comments. So are you okay with June 13th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, seconded. Okay, all those in favor? For the continuance, any opposed? Okay. We'll follow up, Jose.
Thank you for your continued efforts. We appreciate it.
Okay, our next application on the agenda and the last regular application is HPB 230564. This is 1245 Michigan Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the introduction of a temporary daycare facility within Flamingo Park located along Michigan Avenue. What the applicant is currently proposing is a temporary modular structure This is to be located to the north of the existing playground and to the west of the lodge building at approximately 1245 Michigan Avenue. The temporary structure is proposed to be used as a child care facility to replace the existing child care facility at the South Shore Community Center. This is being done while the city is actively developing plans for a permanent location for the daycare. Staff has no objection to the proposed temporary structure, which we believe has been designed in a manner that is consistent with with not only the surrounding historic district in terms of its scale and design, but also within the park environment. It has a gable structure. We think for a temporary facility, it is actually an improvement from the typical modular classroom type structures you see at many middle schools and high schools throughout the county. We also believe that the proposed location behind the lodge and adjacent to the existing playground is an appropriate option. And we do believe this will provide the least amount of disruption to park users. Finally, staff would note that the permitting for the renovation and restoration of the lodge is well underway, and the design of the butterfly garden, which is also going to be within this area, is nearly complete. Both projects were approved as part of the Flamingo Park Master Plan by this board several years ago. We do have a condition that when the temporary structure is no longer needed, that within 1 year of that this area be restored back to the approved Flamingo Park Master Plan in terms of the landscaping. We thought that was important to assure that the master plan was going to be achieved once this is removed. With that, I see Colette Satchel from Capital Improvement Projects is here with us. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. If not, we can turn it over to Colette. And I want to recognize again the fire chief, Virgil Fernandez, is here, along with our consultant.
Thank you, Debbie. Before you start, we'll just ask if the board has any questions for staff.
The only question might be is, I think that a lot of the letters that we all received about this structure is when you talk about temporary, it's temporary 1 year, 10 years, 20 years. And when we talk about looking for a permanent location, is possibly the permanent location going to be where the old firehouse is that's going to be torn down? These are things that are not as discussed, and I think that those are things that might have been helpful with all the letters that we received.
Okay, any other questions?
So I have similar questions. Secondary to that, I appreciate the condition that there be a time certain for it to be restored. I would ask, is a year, do we need 12 months to do it? Or, I want to talk through that if we can. And maybe you guys have done some analysis on what it's going to take to restore it. And then I'll just say this just because I've heard it spoken and someone can address it further. To Ray's point about the old fire station, my understanding is given the FPNL power station behind the old fire station, it would not be okay for a daycare center, something to that effect. So I've heard that, so just FYI.
Okay, any more questions?
I was just going to ask about the consideration of the compatibility of this type of structure in the park, wondering what other structures have this type of architecture, if they do.
Okay. To answer Mr. Breslin's question, I think the answer is I don't think the city has a specific timeline for how long it's going to take to find the permanent location and build out the permanent location. These types of structures do have very stringent, and it was a surprise to me, extremely stringent building code requirements, not only in terms of the interior and the sizes of things and the safety of things, but also on the exterior in terms of the playground and how big it has to be in what location. So I think that is still in the very early stages of finding a permanent location.
Does that affect the temporary site as well?
Yes. Okay. Oh, yes. And I know CIP and property management have been working very hard. Maria Hernandez, who is our Go Bond coordinator, has also been working very hard in terms of what is required for law for child care facilities. It's quite extensive. So this particular location, we were able to achieve all of those, understanding that we do not want a permanent facility in the park. We have a Flamingo Park master plan, and that's where, that's what we want to achieve. Finding a permanent location for the daycare has been more challenging. We have found many locations. We have explored, this goes back, and I've been involved at least 6 years of looking for other locations, I want to say at least 5 years, if not longer. Not only for the fire station, number one, which is a completely separate project, and we're not here to rehash all of that. But I know, to Ms. Lovell's question, fire station number one that exists today on Jefferson and 11th Street, that does have a substantial, I believe it's a sewer pump system. It's extensive. So all of that area, we looked at that. We looked at that to the point where we even started with our consultant developing initial plans to convert that into a child care facility. That was many months of work between city staff and our consultants, and we do not believe that site will meet the stringent code requirements for a child care facility. So that is to answer your question. And then I think the final question is Mr. Stewart regarding the typology of the building. I agree with you. I don't think there's an exact typology, unless Jake, of that gabled roof, but these are vernacular looking type structures that are consistent with that natural environment, with a park environment with lots of landscape, which is why we thought it was appropriate to the style of this temporary modular building was appropriate for the park-like setting. We don't want it to be, this big modern looking or utilitarian looking structure, really, even, because these are going to be small kids that want that environment of feeling like it. Although it's temporary, it does not have the appearance of a temporary trailer. And we thought that was important and was a dignified way for to take care of the children.
Can I ask you one other question, Rick? Just following up on that, because you've obviously studied this a lot more than what we're seeing. Did you also you guys explore the infrastructure? Like, you have 5 bathrooms. Where are they? Like, how? Because putting infrastructure in the ground is going to be an expense. It's also going to be something that could be more permanent than something could just take it. Is there an infrastructure line, the sewer line, a city water line that goes right through there, or is that coming from someplace else?
I would like CIP to respond to that, because I know they have been looking along with their consultants at all of those requirements.
And with that, we'll invite you to make your presentation. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Nick, we did not get sworn in.
Sure. Could you raise your right hands? And anyone else in the room who's not yet been sworn in, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Thank you for hearing us this afternoon. The city is proposing this temporary location because we have, as Debbie said, we've sought other locations and other negotiations have fell apart. There is a desire to keep this very valuable service within this neighborhood. It would be easy to relocate it north where there's more property available, but this is a valuable service to this neighborhood. And we're working very hard to try and keep it there. We need this temporary location because we cannot continue to impact the schedule of the fire station. We've got to get this going. Just so you know, the project isn't permitted and we have to really keep moving. The city is mindful of the green space. I know that is one of the comments that we received from the community. We're very mindful of that. And that's why we're saying temporarily, because once we don't need, we'll pull it back. And to Debbie's point, we will restore the landscaping and walkways as required by the master plan. Note that the 3,500 square foot structure that we're proposing is only 0.22% of the total lot area, the green space. So we don't anticipate that there's going to be much impact in terms of the green space, at least, for the period that we're going to be within the park. You'll see Matt Pollock's presentation. He's from Chisholm Architect in a brief moment. And the placement of this structure is nestled within the existing tree canopy in an attempt to be as less intrusive as possible within the park. We're not removing any trees as a part of this project. In an urban environment, a public park is really an opportunity that many children, that's the only opportunity many children will have to really experience nature, utilize safe playground equipment, and to get exercise. This type of facility is not unusual in other park facilities. Actually, it's very similar to the Boys and Girls Club that is currently in Flamingo Park. It's also very similar to the PAL structure that we have, that during the summer, as you know, services kids on a 5-day-a-week basis, for 8 to 10 hours while their parents go to work. So it's not an unusual use that we're proposing within the park. With that, I'm going to go ahead and give Matt the opportunity to walk you through the design, and then we're here to answer any questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Pollock, President of Architecture at Chisholm Architects, 782 Northwest 42nd Avenue. If we can share the screen. Do I have to press a button? Oh, there we go. So the opening slide here is just a overall site plan of the Flamingo Park area. North is to your left. As you can see, as Colette mentioned, the proposed daycare facility is located just to the south of the Butterfly Garden. We work closely with staff as well as with the AE team for the Butterfly Garden to place the facility so that it wouldn't be in conflict with the proposed Butterfly Garden. Just to the east is the Lodge building, which you sort of can't see in this photograph, but our building is west of that, and then we're south of Flamingo, of Michigan Avenue. This is a blow-up of the site plan. Just north is now the top of the screen, so our Butterfly Garden is to our north. The Lodge building is to the east, and then Michigan Avenue to the west. The intent here was to, as Colette said, was to set the building back off of Michigan Avenue. We coordinated our entry, which is I don't know if you can see my pointer here, which would be just off, just to the south of the Butterfly Garden. So we would provide connectivity with the Butterfly Garden from Michigan Avenue into our site. The idea here is to slowly modify the grade of Michigan from Michigan up to the entry ramp for the child care facility. We also wanted to integrate a pedestrian access that would kind of take people, parents who were dropping off kids coming from the east could actually walk through the Butterfly Garden and have access to the entry of the park. In working with staff as well as some discussions that we had with the neighbors, we originally had our playground area along the west side between Michigan and our facility. We've relocated it now to the south side, which is just adjacent to a existing playground area within the park. The shadowed area here is actually a electrical service area. We're in the process of coordinating with both the Lodge team as well as the Butterfly Garden team to relocate that service, and we're looking at an area just to the east of our project site to pick up both the service There was some existing service that needed to be relocated in this area that we're taking care of, and then handling the service for both our facility as well as the lodge facility. So those services will all be centralized, and we're currently in the process of coordinating that with FP&L. This is a blow-up, just a floor plan of the proposed area. As you can see, we have our walkway area here. It ramps up, and then we have it actually slopes back down to take kids to the playground area during the day, which this will be an enclosed area. Then we have our facility itself, and then we have our second means of egress and an access point to the sidewalk for the lodge area. I think I have a blow up here. This is just excuse me, a little blurry. So our intent here was by just gradually changing the grade, the sloping elevations here, we were minimizing the, we still have a fair amount of ramping to get up here, but one of the things that was important is that we provide an opportunity for parents who are bringing their kids in strollers to have the ability to be able to come up a ramp as opposed to, clucking your kids up the stairs. So we created a ramp, and the idea is to berm up to this, to slightly berm up to the lower part of this ramp so that it's a more gradual and subtle appearance from the street, so you don't see this series of ramps heading up there. And then there's a switchback, and then the ramp takes you up to the entry of the building. The building, we divided it into basically two main child care areas. One is we'll have a movable divider, so it could be divided into two areas depending on the age or the type of children that are going to be served at that time. And then we have a larger, more of a toddler area, as we envision it to be more of an infant area. We made some improvements from their current facility. We were able to add some more storage, a little bit more cabinetry, improve on the restroom design, give staff a little bit more area to work with, and add some other requirements that are part of the daycare facility items. And then our just to go back, the idea here is that kids, when they're taken down to the playground area, they can be taken out of here and then brought through here, and then this is the fenced-in outdoor play area. As Debbie said, we tried to go with a sort of a Florida vernacular look. Part of the reason was that these particular modular buildings are generally of a frame construction as opposed to a CMU construction, so they usually come. You can get them with a siding, you can get them with some sort of, you can apply a hardy board or some sort of material to that. So our thinking was we would we would sort of build upon that idea and just extend it. And there were several other options that we added to the modular building that can be provided by the modular people or could be provided by someone else. And that would be, we had a covered, sort of a covered balcony, covered canopy area here for when the kids are being brought in. That was a way to kind of bring down the scale of the building a little bit, provide some shade and also some coverage from the rain. And that would be also a prefabricated structure itself. The idea of the stairs could either be prefabricated or could be built in place. It's a decision that we haven't really gotten to yet. But as you can see here, this is the elevation looking from Michigan. You can see how we tried to berm this up so that the ramping and the changes in elevation are a little bit more subtle, and you really only see a handrail along the front of the facility. And what you're seeing here is this would be our view from the butterfly garden, and then our view from the lodge looking at the rear of the building. We have not selected a modular building manufacturer, so there will be some coordination to be done there in order to kind of work with them along with the construction manager who has been selected in developing the various parts of the
Sorry to interrupt. Should we add some more time? You need a few more minutes?
I got maybe another 30 seconds, and I think I'm going to be done.
Maybe we'll add another minute then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then this is just a schematic section to give an idea of our intent here. And really what we're doing is here we have a modular building, and then what we were proposing here was to actually fabricate in the field basically a more decorative roof structure in order to sort of enhance the appearance of the building. And then we have just some renderings that we did, very brief renderings, as you can see from, this is a view walking from Michigan into the facility with your butterfly garden to your left, an aerial view sort of how we envision the building to be, and then another sort of aerial view from the butterfly garden. And with that, we're open for any questions.
If I may answer the question regarding the infrastructure that is available, directly to the east of the proposed location, about 20 feet, there is a sewer line that runs through Flamingo Park in terms of getting access to sewer, and there is a water line to the west that is that we can connect to on Michigan. And you saw the electric services right there, and we're actually coordinating that effort with FPL already.
So there's a sewer line that runs between the lodge and this building?
Yes,
is that
sir.
what you mean? Yeah. And the electricals. So you'll be connecting to both of those?
Correct.
I have a question.
Yeah, questions.
Who's going to provide the child care services? Miami-Dade School Board or the City of Miami Beach, or is it a private daycare service?
Before you answer that, I'll just ask that we get out all of our questions, and we'll give you a chance to respond to all of them.
So it's sort of like a two-part question. And also, if there's I think it was mentioned that there's already similar services available in the building behind the Police Athletic League. Are they at capacity, or do they have additional capacity there?
Anyone else have questions? Ray?
Well, this is obviously supposed to replace the child care center where the new fire station is being built. What is the difference in square footage or size of the two buildings? And also, I'm assuming, but you could confirm, that this meets hurricane standards?
Brian, you had something to ask?
Yeah, I was just curious, if we do grant this temporary status, which entity, whether that be, is it this board or is it the commission, or, can you just explain a little bit more which entity would be able to then end that temporary status? More of a mechanics question.
John?
I was wondering what happens to the building after it's been used? What's the plan to, recycle or not make this a big project in temporary building and waste? So that was one of the things. I was also wondering if you could go over the list of addressees that you were considering for locating this in other places that didn't work out for you. And if you can expand upon who you're considering for modular building companies, because it seems like you're drawing something that may be different if it's a different company. So that's kind of some of the things.
Yep. Okay, and then Lindsay?
Yes, so one of the questions, you mentioned that Flamingo Park, having been chosen as the site, part of the reason is that it's better located there than up north, for example. I think is what you said. I've asked this question several times, and I happen to live in Flamingo Park. Who are the constituents? Who are the children? Where do they live? I've not gotten a straight answer on that, quite frankly. Talking to the temporary nature, has the city done any sort of pro forma, if you will, that shows the expectation of the investment in this property and how long we're expecting it to last and so on and so forth, that might give us some color as to how long it's expected to be there, even if we don't have another location? Third, you mentioned, I believe, 0.22% of the green space is what I wrote down. I wanted to know, is that existing green space that's not otherwise occupied by active uses? So is that a passive use green space? Is that the entire park? I was just trying to understand that. And is that just the building itself or the entire daycare facility, if you will? And then lastly, kind of to John Stewart's question, the fact that you've not chosen the building manufacturer makes it a little harder to visualize, because I would expect the manufactured buildings, it could change a little bit. So those are my questions.
Glad you're writing this down.
And Mr. Chairman, before the applicant or the administration respond, just to help guide the discussion. Obviously, I know because I've read the emails that there's a lot of community interest in this application. I think based on the board members' questions, I'm hearing interest in the program. What's before you legally, though, is an application for a certificate of appropriateness for this temporary structure. So I think it's fair for the board to ask the questions that you've asked, and if staff can provide answers, that's great. But at the end of the day, your decision really needs to be based on the certificate of appropriateness criteria. That doesn't mean you can't impose conditions based on the criteria like you would on any other application. But you know, the programming, the selection of the site, you know, those are policy questions for the City Commission and the administration to address.
Thank you, Nick. Everyone got through their questions except me. I had one or two also. Just curious because, am I on? Okay, I'm on now. You know, I think that the covered structure over the ramp is a really nice feature, and I wonder if you all had explored extending that across the south side of the structure so that the kids have a kind of covered outdoor area adjacent to their play area in case it starts raining all at once. It would also help shade that southern wall, which usually gets the most kind of heat gain from the sun from the south. And another, because you mentioned the berming up to the ramp, and seeing that it's a raised structure, you know, it looks like it's intended to have a crawl space that would ventilate. And so I wonder if the berming doesn't work against you if you're trying to ventilate that crawl space. And finally, I see the building's, you know, 50 feet wide currently, you know, which for a kind of vernacular, quote unquote, we see a gable roof, we call it vernacular, but a real vernacular building would be a lot thinner, you know. Has it been considered at all, the possibility of working with a thinner structure that does ventilate like a true vernacular building would, and that rather than consolidating all under one roof, that it might frame a kind of covered outdoor space? I'm going to guess not, but I thought I would ask. In no particular order.
Do you want to start from the end and work our way to the beginning, or do you want to?
I'll let you address the ones at the end. I think that are more architectural.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So to the idea of the covered structure wrapping around to the area, I think is certainly worth pursuing. We're anticipating there's the potential that we may relocate some of the existing playground equipment from the existing facility to the new facility. Some of that already has some shade structures involved in it, but I think it's certainly something that we could incorporate into it, and it makes a lot of sense to be able to do that. To get to the idea of the smaller buildings, there is an opportunity to be able to do that. The reason we looked at a central courtyard building, and if I can go to maybe I can go to the plan really quick. I think part of the reason that it's because it's not a classroom and it's not a school, it's a daycare. Staff needs to be able to get from to space, and children need to be it. So separating the building into like a courtyard style building isn't a very efficient use of the building. Having said that, though, we have worked, and this kind of goes to who the manufacturers that we've been looking at. We looked at a company called Vesta, which I believe is out of Central Florida, Tampa. A company called Creative Solutions. I want to say they're in the middle of the state as well. And then there's another company called Advanced. Or the three that we reached out to a bunch. Those are the three that got back to us. So we've been working with them. And going it back to your idea of kind of making it a thinner vernacular, there's a potential in talking to one of the manufacturers that the roofs, instead of it being, instead of it being a single gable roof, we could do a double gable roof, so it would look like it was two for lack of a better term, shotgun buildings in a more vernacular way, which is, if we did that, is probably a better, I don't know if you can put that screen up for me. So that would allow us to have and differentiate the buildings as maybe two shotgun buildings as opposed to one large, old schoolhouse building, I guess would be a better way of looking at that. So it's certainly something that we could do. To get back to you with regards to the ventilation underneath, we're really only berming on the front end of the building, and we can design the skirting to be more open, so more open skirting. We're just trying to keep anybody from getting underneath that building, but certainly the idea of going with a more, screened enclosure in lieu of a what we're showing is a more of a kind of a base stucco enclosure is certainly something that we could develop with the modular building manufacturer at the time. At the time we finally select one. We have, and Colette will speak to it, we did recently get a construction manager on board, so we're working with them. They're in the process of sort of vetting out not only the modular building manufacturers, but some of the other components. The canopy in the front is another one that they're working on. The ramping, those are a couple other components. So to get to your question, I think we could definitely achieve all those items. And in fact, I think going with the double gable solution, let's say, is probably an easier solution for the modular building manufacturers than the one we're presenting right now.
Okay, let me try. Hopefully I didn't miss any. We'll see. Who will operate the daycare? The Rainbow Intergenerational Daycare Center currently operates the daycare that is located at 833 6th Street. They will be relocated to this site. The owners and operators, I believe, are on the phone. They can provide a little bit more information if necessary. Regarding the services at the PAL that are similar, the PAL and the Boys and Girls Club actually have summer facilities and aftercare facilities. So they're catering for school-aged children up to 14 years old. But they provide opportunities for these children to be within the park, to do homework, to participate in sports. Those are the types of activities. This facility will cater to preschool-aged children whose parents work within the neighborhood or live within the neighborhood, and I'll allow them to explain a little bit more about who their clientele is once we get them on the phone. Their facility currently, I believe, this 3,500 square feet is a little bit larger than what they have currently there. I think 2,700 is what they have right now. What happens at the current facility, they're grandfathered in on an old code which allows them to have 75 children. Anytime that facility moves, they have to meet current code criteria, which just to provide 50 children, we need a minimum of 3,500 square feet. The 3,500 square feet or the 50 kids is not random. Currently, they're not at the 75 occupancy, and I'll let them attest to that as well on the phone. I believe currently they're just below 50 kids on the roster. So we're trying to, as much as possible, meet the requirements that they, currently operate under. Temporary, there's a question about, what will we be able to end the who will be willing to end the temporary I'm not sure about that. That's a legal question. In terms of who will have the right, whether it's the board or the commission, that's a legal question.
Well, I think the board could impose a period of time, right, Debbie? As far as it is a temporary structure, so I think the board could impose from a I guess a design. It's a little odd because it's not really a design issue. The duration is not a design issue.
And the board has done that in the past with art installations, for example, or temporary banners. This is a little trickier, I think, because they will obtain a building permit. This board does not have the ability to revoke a building permit. So I think it might be difficult to, I think progress reports would be probably more acceptable in terms of updates, returning to the board with updates on some type of periodic basis, maybe once a year, twice a year to update the board as to the progress of not only the the permanent location, but also, what to Ms. Lovell's question earlier, I don't think I answered, about how long it's going to take once the daycare is moved out to break down the existing structure and restore the landscaping. So I think in this case, maybe a progress report structure could be entered into an order, which I think would be helpful. And more appropriate than the building has to be gone in 2 years, because I don't know if the board has the ability to require that if a building permit had been issued.
Yeah. Can I ask another question? Or are we beyond that? So the name of the vendor is Rainbow Daycare. It's a Florida corporation.
Yes, and they're currently operating at the South Shore Community Center.
Okay. What efforts have they made to find private space for their business?
We can get them on the phone once I finish, if that's okay.
Well, I think that that sort of question is really relates more to programming. I think if you have the answers, that's great. But the public hearing's closed. I mean.
Okay. We haven't even opened it.
No, we haven't.
Okay, so if the applicant's on the line, then.
Well, the operators.
Yeah, during the public comment.
The operators. The city would be the applicant, but they're the operators.
Right.
Correct. I'll keep going through the list. What happens to the building afterwards? There is a market for resale of these trailers nationwide. I mean, if our use wasn't so specific, we could have one here in 2 weeks out of Georgia. But because of the daycare use, it's a specific requirement that has to meet their programmatic needs. But there is a market for resale. The city can sell back the asset.
They do have hurricane. They are rated for hurricane. It's considered a typical building as a Florida Building Code building. There's no special exceptions for the trailer. So.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Children, where do they live? I will let the ladies address it. The question was the time frame of the pro forma. If you could remind me about that one a little bit.
I used a pro forma as an example. If I'm building a building, I would say, okay, over 5 years, 10 years, I'm going to get a return on the money that I've put into this. And that gives me an idea of how long it needs to exist to be profitable. It's a little bit different in this situation, but has there been any sort of analysis done on where we think this is a reasonable investment, given the structure and the uniqueness about it, and then ultimately going to have to move it, right? Because this is a temporary structure, and that would give us some sort of clarity or at least indication how more or less temporary it is.
So I'll speak a little bit for the administration, so I may be wrong, but my understanding is that the city has committed to providing facilities for this particular business that we're relocating from the South Shore Community Center. And that commitment is at the tab of $1.8 million. That's our commitment to relocate them. We also committed to finding a permanent location for them, and we're working to that end. If you look at this, I'll back up a little bit and talk about the fire station project. I mean, that is a project that's 6 years in the making, and we're going for permits, right? So the expectation, I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's going to be 2 years, because it takes us about 5 to 7 years to get a project to permit and ready for construction. That's how long it takes, because we have a number of hurdles to overcome. We're doing feasibility studies already. We've already met with them to find out, them being the owners and operators of the daycare, we know exactly what they want and what they need to meet the code requirements, but it's going to take a moment. And that's why we're asking for this temporary location, because we cannot foresee delaying the fire station another 6 to 7 years. That's really the brunt of it. So how long will the time frame, I don't think anybody's looking to see how long it's going to take for it to be profitable. We just want to make sure that the service remains within the community. I hope I answered the question.
just to be clear, it wasn't about profitability. I just used that as an example. It was more understanding how temporary this installation is.
Okay.
Because I would have to imagine if there's going to be money laid out for these temporary buildings, even considering a resale market, the city is expecting that they're going to.
So based on what she just said, you're looking at a minimum of 7 years, correct?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Possibly.
But then in that case, Debbie, sorry, just a question for you then. So you're saying it's not appropriate for us, you don't believe, to implement some sort of a time duration? I'm not saying that it would be 2 years, but perhaps my concern is that if we just allow it to be an indefinite kind of thing, then you don't have any pressure that's applied anywhere, and thus it just becomes something that is always running inside of Flamingo Park. So perhaps if it is made to be the useful life or rather of the permitting process, then we would be able to make it
So
as such.
once it's permitted and constructed, this board would not have the ability to require it to be removed or demolished or revoke the building permit. This board also does not have the authority to dictate use, how it's used. But I do think that it would be appropriate to have the city or our consultants or who's ever, got the most information with regard to the permanent location return to the board to give updates. I do think that would be appropriate, to keep it in, to keep it as transparent as possible and to allow the public to understand periodically, what our progress is. I know the planning board does that quite often, and this board has done it in the past where we've asked for applicants to return and to put in the open, in the public forum, what the progress is. And, once we get further down the line, there may be more of a certain time estimate. But I think to say it can only exist for 2 years once it has a building permit and it's constructed, I don't know. I don't believe this board has the authority to say the building has to go away or, the use has to be vacated and a different use or just needs to remain vacant. I don't believe the board could or should actually be doing that.
Is there a possibility that the board could turn around and say that a permanent location has to be defined to us in 5 years? Not necessarily that we move or not, but that they've actually found a place for this facility to move to at the appropriate time. Is that something we could do or no?
I think ultimately that relates to more of a programming or proprietary issue that's a call that's for the city commission to make as the ultimate legislative body of the city. I think if you wanted to make recommendations to the city commission, if you wanted to require a progress report, and we could even include on a very specific basis, could be every however many days that the administration or the operator have to appear before the board. I think you could do that, but other than that, I don't think you could tie it to the construction of another project.
You see, my concern, and probably very much the rest of this board, is all of these letters that we've received about this temporary structure going into Flamingo Park. And I personally think it's an absolute necessity to do this until the fire station is built and until some other location is defined. But when is that? Or is there any, whip out there that says, okay, you better get something, in a certain time frame? And that's the only reason I was bringing this up, because we all got these letters and we all know the concerns, but, I'll let it go at that.
Nick, can I just ask one other procedure? Oh, go ahead. I was going to ask a procedural question just because we were kind of talking about that.
Sure.
So say, for example, that we don't find that this satisfied the certificate of appropriateness in, several areas. We're strictly on that basis. Can the city commission can the city go to the commission and say, we really need this project, can you guys do it without the approval of this board? Can they overturn a decision of the board?
Your review and approval of the design is mandatory. So if for some reason you were to deny the application, the city administration could appeal your decision, like any other decision, to the Historic Preservation Special Magistrate. I do see that our Deputy City Manager is here. I think the board may want to hear from Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, indeed. Welcome.
Yes, please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I appreciate everything that this board does, and I appreciate the questions that you've been asking. I just wanted to provide a little bit of additional context to this discussion. I think I stood before this board about 5 years ago talking about this particular fire station project, and the commitment that I made at that time and the commitment that the administration as a whole stands by is that we are going to find a place for the people that are being displaced by the fire station, the daycare first and foremost. And so this is a piece of that overall puzzle to make sure that we're making good on our commitment. Long term, we absolutely intend to find a permanent home for them that is outside of these temporary trailers. I can tell you, and I think the question was, how many places have we looked at? I'll be honest, we lost count because we've literally looked at dozens of places. We've gotten almost to the finish line on a property that we were willing to put a long-term lease on that was directly across the street from the current facility. We've looked in depth at the current fire station number 1 location to see if that was adaptable. Unfortunately, we have not been able to find the location that fits from both a geographic perspective, because we are of the belief that this service provides a specific service to this specific community that we want to keep relatively close to where they exist today. We understand that some folks actually walk their kids to the daycare, and so that was important to us. The other piece of it is, that we want to make sure that this is something that the city can be proud of and that the kids and their families are happy to be a part of moving forward. And we believe this temporary location is not all the way there, but at least gives them a home until we can find that permanent location. I agree with you. We need to stay on top of this, and we, are happy to come back with progress reports. I do think that, the time frame of probably 4 or 5 years is what we're going to need to get to a place where we're making significant progress on a construction project to make it ready for a daycare as a permanent location. But if you want us to come back with progress reports, we're happy to do that.
Can I ask you 2 questions based on that? Oh. You're doing it the right way. Go ahead.
Listen, you can just because you were quicker.
All right, I'll do it, because I was going to directly to your comments, because there was critique that this is a problem of the city's making, and I wanted you to have an opportunity to talk about the problem, because it's obviously big and it's a challenge, it's a big knot to untie. Can you talk about roughly what that circumference is, that you're looking at? How big that circle is, where you're looking at properties for one, and then the other question, just real quick, was can you describe a scenario in the future in which this daycare is running beautifully, it would be at all in interest of the city to move it? If everything is going really well, what is the incentive the city would have to put more money into this same group of kids who are now biking because they're not walking or whatever, to this new daycare in a beautiful butterfly garden? What's going to be the incentive for the city to move it?
So I'll be honest, ultimately the incentive of the city is to keep our promise to the community and to make the park a whole park again. Obviously, this is a last resort scenario that we're looking at, but we do want to realize the Flamingo Park Master Plan in its entirety, and we've put a lot of time and a lot of money into executing that project in, I think, 16 parts. And I think we're down to the last, 3 or 4 parts: the baseball field, the softball field, the butterfly garden, and the historic lodge, if I remember correctly. And all of those projects are currently, in design or completely funded and ready to go to construction. So, we are big on honoring our commitments to the community, and you have my commitment and the commitment of the administration that we will find a permanent home for this daycare.
I'm wondering, why is it the city's concern for finding a home for this private daycare business? And I heard it said that the city is committed to find another place for them and spending like up to $1.8 million to do so. I'm wondering why. It's a private business. I understand that they were probably a tenant at the city-owned property, and so maybe there are obligations if a lease was broken early, and then you got to pay for. But why? This isn't a city service to the people who live in the city. This is a private business for the people who put their kids in that particular private business. Why are we giving up public parkland for a private business?
And I think the answer to that question is that when the community reached out to the city and said that this is a critical need of our community, the city said, we hear you, we understand, and we're going to make a commitment that we're going to do right by those folks that were relying on that service.
Can you break that down for me? The community, if I heard you right, I'll just try to mirror back what you said. The community found it important for the city to find a place for this private daycare business, and the city is standing by the commitment. Why is that, though? Like, for example, the historic City Hall building used to have a restaurant on the bottom, Rudy's or something. Why is the city not standing behind Rudy's and finding them a place in the park or somewhere else? Why this? I understand child care is a very valuable service, not only for the kids, but the parents and so people can work. But still, it's not a traditional municipal function to provide affordable space for private child care businesses. Why is this a city concern now that's taking away park space?
Just a second. We have we're kind of straying from our order here, and I want to make sure that we stay focused on what this board can actually decide on. So, if we have any more questions for the assistant city manager, maybe we can get them all out and give you a chance to respond to them all and get back to what you have to do.
The only
Ray,
comment
you have something else, and anybody else?
The only comment that I wanted to make is we went through this with the rec center by the convention center. And, they were able to relocate everything so they could tear that building down for what they needed there. And the same commitment was made for this building where the firehouse is going. The community overwhelmingly said, if you're going to take this building and put the firehouse there, you have to take care of the daycare center that was there. And the city said, okay. Am I correct?
Yes, and certainly, to answer the question about the parallels between the restaurant and the daycare, obviously I think there's a significant difference there. And this particular daycare is one that services a constituency of our community that doesn't have a lot of other options. And so that's why we feel it's important. And there are many things that the city does that are potentially outside of our core mission of delivering municipal services. We do many things in conjunction with the Miami-Dade County Public School Board. We do many things in conjunction with the county that we feel like we get a better service to our community by engaging in those endeavors than if we were just leave it up to those other entities.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming here today. We're going to proceed with our process here, and I think next we're going to open to the public, right?
Thank you for the
If there's any disclosures.
Yeah. Thank you for coming.
And just to be clear, disclosures would be anything that that has not already been forwarded to staff, any ex parte communications any board members have had regarding this application, or any site visits.
I don't know that this is really a disclosure, but I'll make it anyways. When I was outside earlier, Eric said he was going to come in and be here for this. So that was the extent of our conversation.
I will disclose that I received many emails. I'm sure many of us did. I don't know how many of those were forwarded to you, but in case you weren't aware, there were many emails coming in on this topic this week.
Which is the reason we've had all these conversations up to this point.
Okay.
I would disclose I've also had a conversation with my friend David McKinney over here.
Okay, thanks. And Lindsay, you had one more thing?
Kind of a point of order. I wasn't sure if perhaps when we open the public comment, if we couldn't perhaps hear first from the operator so we can get some of those questions that are outstanding answered and then dive into. Is that possible to take it in that order?
Sure. And in fact, that sounds good if we can do that. We also would like to avoid repeating the comments of another member of the public that might have already been made. In the interest of time, we'd like to hear everybody's point of view. Let's just try to avoid repeating things that maybe have already been said.
Okay, anyone on Zoom wishing to speak? And I think we want to request the operator of the Rainbow Daycare, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand.
And do we know the name of the individual who's on the line from Rainbow? Annie or Betty?
I don't see. I see a phone number.
Oh, they're on the phone probably.
Is it ending in 0887? I don't know. There's no name associated with that, and they do not have their hand raised.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? What is it?
Star 9.
No, I do not see. Wait, I do see. Okay. The phone number ending in 0887. If you are the operator of the Rainbow Daycare, we'll take your comments.
I think you said 1267, right?
1627 is.
And I don't.
Hello?
Okay. Hello.
Hi, could you state your name?
Yes, hi. Yes, this is Annie Benedetti. I am the program director of Rainbow Intergenerational Learning Center.
Thank you, Annie.
It
Do you swear that the
a program?
Sorry,
program,
I need to swear you in
it's
first.
a program under Little Havana Activities and Nutrition Center.
Can I swear you in first?
Sure.
Okay. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do.
You can proceed.
Hello. Okay, hello. I am the program director for Rainbow Intergenerational Learning Center. We are part of Little Havana Activities and Nutrition Center. And for those of you who do not know us, we have been working in the community for over 30 years. In addition to the Child Care Center, we also serve seniors in the community. We serve seniors in Rebecca Towers, Stella Maris, and another one in 533 Collins Avenue, in addition to the Child Care Center. Right now, our capacity has been 74, as Ms. Collette had said, due to the square footage. If we move from where we're at, we cannot have the 74 square footage because we need more square footage now. We're grandfathered in. Due to COVID, unfortunately, finding staff has been an issue. So right now, our current enrollment is at 35. Staff they don't stay. Rent in Miami Beach sometimes is high, so it's hard for them. But our wait list is over 210. So we have the children, we have the need to serve more children. One of the things is everybody in our centers are from our local community. They walk, they ride their bicycles. and they work there. I only have everybody lives in the beach except for one parent, and they work actually for the city of Miami Beach. So everybody is within the community, and everybody lives within that zip code. We are, for those who say that, it's not a school, we are a preschool and a child care center. So we do have a curriculum, and we do teach children besides taking care of them in the non-traditional hours, which is from 7:30 to 5:30. Additionally, one of my hopes would be, which is a need in the city, is to provide night care if it's possible. Right now, there is no night care in the city. So my hope is in the future, and that's why I would love to expand to have more space, because there is a need. It's not just about the children that we have now, it's about the other children that we have in the future. So we always have to think ahead. That would also help everybody in the hotel industry as well, because our parents are those parents that work in the hotel and in the restaurant industry. So they are the backbone of what makes the city work. We've been around for over 50 years. A lot of people know us, and we're committed for our community, and we're committed to serve and help everybody there. And we're very grateful for everybody who has backed us up and all that we've done. So I appreciate it, Assistant Manager, the commissioners, the board members for hearing us and for taking us into consideration in all that we do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Debbie, you want to guide us back to the rest of the public comment?
We have Johan Moore also on Zoom.
Hi, Johan. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. I'm a resident of Flamingo Park and very active in the neighborhood association. I do want to point out, because there has been some confusion, the neighborhood and the neighborhood association are on record as being in support of the Rainbow Intergenerational services as offered both up and down the age scale. Our position as a neighborhood association is that we are in favor of a permanent facility. I'm going to have to use a couple of Colette's words against her. Despite the seemingly small percentage of the park, of our park, which is a central defining tangible cultural asset of our neighborhood, despite this small percentage, that is probably one of the shadiest nooks in the park, which, while we don't begrudge it to the children who are our neighbors, that is now off the table for the general use of the public. Ms. Satchel's other comment was that there are several other, even many, I believe she said, comparable structures in the park. Well, I believe that is also a part of the objection, is that there seems to be less green space than might be desirable, and that we most certainly don't want to see any less green space. I would urge the board to pull back a little and refocus your telescope or your microscope. It is not primarily, I believe, in the best interest of the city to consider the design of the building, but rather whether, in fact, the location is appropriate at all. And as I think forward to you and those of us in the public facing 7+ years possibly of yearly or every 6-month reports on the subject of the until now fruitless search for a permanent location, I would really urge that stringent conditions be opposed should you not, in fact, prefer to reject this project in its entirety. We would feel reassured were there some prospect of this being incorporated into the PAL building at the south end of the park. So the decision is yours. The neighborhood really does not support a temporary location because we do not believe that it will in fact be temporary. Thank you very much for your time.
Hey, Thank you, Johan. The next speaker is Kent Robbins. Kent, can you unmute yourself?
Well, I'm unmuting now. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Kent, are you appearing as counsel, or should I swear you in?
No, I'm here as a person who has lived on and off the beach for over 65 years.
Okay, I can swear you in then.
Redley,
Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I raise my right hand and say yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking my call today. I'm concerned about what is going on with our park. As an advocate for the park and being active in referendum campaigns to preserve parkland in Miami Beach as well as Dade County, I have always said that we need to have more parks, not less. And though all of us, I don't think there's anybody that doesn't support child care and supporting of child care, when two priorities conflict, we have to determine what's the appropriate priority here. There are alternative places in which a child care center could be placed by the city. It's a matter of what the city wishes to invest. Instead of investing in child care, they're taking a valuable asset of the citizens of Miami Beach and utilizing it for another purpose, a purpose that is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, inconsistent with the land elements of Miami Beach, as well as inconsistent with the historic preservation guidelines. This board has the obligation to determine compatibility with the uses and whether or not this use is compatible with the historic Flamingo Park and its lands. And it is clear that a structure is incompatible with the open space and purpose of the park. I'm not going to get into the details. Mr. McKinney has submitted documentation concerning some of the issues to be raised. I'll adopt Mr. McKinney as well as the other person's written submissions. But I urge this board to defer this matter to determine whether or not there are really truly alternatives that are available where this child care center can be taken care of and even expanded for the needs of the city of Miami Beach and for the citizens of Miami Beach, as well, while at the same time preserving and seeing a better alternative for our parkland. So I would urge you to, I'm not saying vote against it at this time, but I think we need to have some alternative analyses. But if you're forced to make a decision, I would urge you to vote no and require the city to find an alternative plan for this site. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Kent. Anyone else on Zoom, please raise your hand. Okay, anyone in the audience?
Good afternoon, Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. We lament the loss of the 6th Street Community Center, which the Historic Preservation Board approved for demolition previously. Understanding now that the daycare needs a new home and with seemingly no other available option, we support the design of the proposed structure, which references historical Florida architecture, versus the trailers that we normally see for temporary structures. We hope this is only a temporary solution and that the green space will be returned to the park once the daycare finds a permanent home. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm David McKinney. I live at 1020 Meridian Avenue. And Mr. Chair, I would request their permission to be recognized as an expert. I hold a PhD in architectural history from the University of Virginia. I've taught historic preservation and created a curriculum on the college level for historic preservation. Also, as Ms. Tackett has acknowledged, she has been part of the development of this, and I do not think a developer can adequately evaluate her own project. No offense to Ms. Tackett, but it's just inappropriate. One thing I want you to know is The daycare center is essential to the neighborhood. We love it. We want to keep it. That's not the issue here. And what I want there, and I'm sorry to be an old man wagging my finger and pointing, they're spouting statistics, but I think, to bring you back on your quasi-judicial role, which is to look at the evaluation criteria on this. If you look for the guidelines prepared for the National Park Service on landscapes in historic districts, they are very clear in that anything that should be preserved that defines the overall historic character. Is there anything more important in the Flamingo Park Historic District than the Flamingo Park itself? Then I'd refer to your own statutes. Again, they maintain the physical evidence of the city's heritage. This park area goes back to Carl Fisher. In fact, if you look, the way that the city, one of the provisos that the Carl Fisher's property provided to the city, Mr. Chair, may I have more time?
How much time would you need, Mr. McKinney?
I hope to be done in 2 minutes.
Would it be okay if we add 2 minutes to Mr. McKinney's? Okay.
There is that it would be used for recreational purposes. Now, the other aspect of it is a safety issue, and one that has not been addressed. When you look at how the water drains from this area, particularly with the basketball courts, the new workout area and so forth, and how all this water drains towards where the city plans to put the daycare center. Now, yes, it's elevated. Yes, it is they're hurricane proof, but will also be a building on the stilts. I can't get to the direct area because they're in a fence right now for FPL, but I want to show you, if I may, what it looked like yesterday. And you can see, I apologize, but my printer is of an age that it is entering land.
Wait, we need you on mic, Mr. McKinney.
But if you look at these areas, you will see this area under a normal rainfall is already out of water, underwater. And the area beside it is the sidewalk that goes to Michigan Avenue. It turns into a stream that moves water out of that area into Michigan Avenue. What I will say, and I say that you should take note, is this area, when it rains, is unsafe. You cannot get there from there. Finally, you were not presented with a design today. You were there with basically ideas on where they would proceed. If you compare what they presented to you and other applicants have, they do not have they don't have a vendor for a modular building. They're asking you basically to trust them. That is not your role. Your role is to evaluate their application to make sure that it is complete and that it is sound. And I don't know, and the city attorney may disagree with me, but I do think you may need to make sure that it is safe. And I do not think that you can look at those pictures or go over there after this meeting and see and walk through there and say it is safe to carry kids in that area during a normal rainstorm. I hope that you will really consider the preservation of this very important aspect of the city's heritage and deny the certificate of appropriateness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Other members of the public?
Mr. Chair, I see a previous speaker with their hand raised. Johan, do you have someone new? Someone else with you that would like to comment? Because you've already spoken. Do you have an
No, I'm sorry. I didn't successfully lower my
Oh,
hand. Thank you very much.
No
Debbie.
problem. Thank you. Okay, with that, Mr. Chair, I do not see any other members of the public.
Okay. Well, thank you to all the members of the public for sharing that. We normally give the applicant an opportunity for rebuttal after public comment. Would the applicant like to come back to the lectern?
Yes.
And then we'll follow this up with our board member comment and move on to a motion.
With the concern of flooding during rain, the projects that are part of the master plan, specifically the butterfly gardens, does include some improvements to the drainage as a part of that project. Any project that we propose as a part of permitting will have to show how we're going to maintain water on site and not have runoff into the street. So that will be addressed as a part of our permitting as standard procedures.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to address? Okay. Thank you very much. You guys can have a seat. We're going to open it up to board member comment. I think we're done with the question and answer. So at this point, I'll just ask the board members to share your comments one by one, and we'll move on from there.
I don't know how many of you remember Flamingo Park when I first came here in 1994, but there was a tennis stadium that took up a lot of the green space, which is now gone, which adds that green space in. I'm assuming that the city did look at other areas within the park to put this temporary daycare center, and maybe they looked at that area where the tennis stadium used to be. Maybe they did not. I'm assuming that you've looked over the entire park and you've given us your best location. Am I correct in that? Okay, I have nothing more to say other than that, we're not taking away green space permanently, and there's already a lot more green space than there ever was in that park.
Yes. So I agree with Mr. McKinney's comment that we have a concept before us, not a plan. And I don't think this board approves concepts. We approve plans. We don't know what it's going to look like. We know generally the style, maybe, but not the dimensions, not the layout. So on that basis, it should be denied. But also, I don't think a private daycare center should be taking open space, green space, in a public park that's there for everyone. Now I understand, like the tennis center is a particularized use. The swimming pool is a particularized use. So is the but if I wanted to play tennis, I could use it. If I wanted to use the pool, I could use it. But this particular daycare center, please don't interrupt. It's not polite. If this particular daycare center, I understand, has a waiting list, she said, of like 200 people, and they serve 74. And these aren't city employees. This isn't so people can go to work and serve the city. This is for a private business. Now, so the city is a landlord for private businesses in other locations in the city. Fine. I'm not objecting to that. But this is a public park. It's there for recreation, for open space. Now, I love kids. I want all kids to get the best daycare in a nice setting. But does it belong in a public park? In this particular open space? Why not, if the city had a shortage of office space for their city workers, could they say, we want to put temporary office space in the park because that serves a municipal purpose? This doesn't even serve a municipal purpose. It serves a feel-good purpose. People like kids. People like to have the daycare in the neighborhood. So we're willing to give up a public park because they're kids. But it's not proper. It's not compatible. And all this sleight of hand about, well, it's temporary. Then what happens 7 years from now? Oh, we couldn't find space. Rent is so expensive now, and there's no space available. This is going to be temporary, right? And what is everything is temporary, honestly. It's all relative. So this is giving away valuable public green space that is defining for the neighborhood. There are better uses for park space in a park that they can do to make like the butterfly garden awesome. In fact, this particular grassy area, before FP&L set it up as a staging area, was a place where I'd see yoga classes for children daily in the afternoon over by, so there were already kids benefiting and locals benefiting from having this space available. There are other green spaces in the park where people picnic and sit down with their dogs. This was a well-used space before it was taken over by FP&L. And I'm not in favor of parceling out public park space for private uses.
I would really like to see this board be a partner with the city on this project, because I think the city is really trying to do the right thing, commit to keeping their promise. And I would like to be in a position where we could look through the compliance with certificate of appropriateness criteria, which is, as Nick Point reminded us, is what we evaluate, and go to, for example, number 2, where we look at the exterior architecture features and determine whether a particular application is compatible with surrounding properties, and be able to say really that, this is compatible with the surrounding that is being proposed for it, A. The general design, scale, massing, and arrangement, B. I would like to be able to say if we can partner somehow with the city to do this, that this is also satisfied, that the general design, scale, massing, and arrangement, there really is no other building like this around it. It is not compatible with that. The texture, material, and color, again, I would like to have that satisfied. And the relationship of A, B, and C above to other structures and features of the district, and I'm considering this to be the park, I'd like to see that satisfied. Likewise, the purpose for which the district was created, particularly the Flamingo Park setting. I would really like to see whatever the setting that this daycare center goes in, I would love to be able to say, yes, this is the setting. It is completely compatible with that setting. The relationship of the size, design, and siting of any new or reconstructed structure to the landscape of the district, I would like to be able to say that's satisfied. And a historic resources report, which I was looking for and I didn't see, but eventually I'd like to get a historic resources report, and maybe I just missed it. It was in there? It's not in there? I could totally have, unrubber banded it.
They provided there is historical information in the package, including historical photographs.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I saw the historical photographs, right. I didn't. Anyway, but I really think we could be a partner in this process and so I almost feel like we're at the very first stage of our relationship on this project, and we've been there before with other projects where we've asked them to come back and to talk to us about the progress and how that worked, and what they've tried to do to satisfy these criteria, which means we look at the siting of the project and the project itself, what it physically looks like. So I would argue that, I definitely think we can get there. I'm not sure that this is the location for this project, but I would like to be able to see this board work with the city on it.
So I was waiting on the but where John, I would like to see but. So the but is, I understand, the but to your comment is you don't think we're quite there yet. Is that okay? No, you didn't. I kept waiting for the but, so that was the but. And so I will admit, I mean, as a resident of Flamingo Park, I'm torn on this, and I understand where Nick is coming from as far as certificate of appropriateness criteria. I did ask some questions today to try to get some answers that we've not been offered as a neighborhood, in hopes that we could get public more in support of what's going on, rather than just the criteria that we're looking for. You know, I'm with John. I don't think we're quite there yet. I don't know if we get there or not. I agree, and this is, you know, I think I want to be on record saying that I agree that this is a valuable community service that the city provides as being the landlord for this daycare, which does provide services to some of our lower income neighbors. They're my neighbors, literally. So I'm very sensitive to that. And from a historic preservation standpoint, I do struggle a little bit with the idea that, you know, this building is compatible with the neighboring structures when there are no neighboring structures and it's sitting in the middle of the park. I want to be a partner with the city as well. I agree. You know, I have every ounce of faith in Eric Carpenter and the CIP team that this is going to be temporary, but I'm still hesitant, right? And that's outside of the COA. Ultimately, I think that if this were a project coming before us that wasn't the city, I would think that some of the things that have been presented to us are lacking as far as like renderings and that sort of thing. I mean, we have just almost a line drawing of what this is going to look like. So from a appropriateness, if we're analyzing the vernacular style in relation to everything else that's around it, I think we're missing that. And so I would like for us to see if we can get there. That's the end of my comment.
Thank you. You know, it's important for us, I think, as board members, to be sensitive to the voice of the public. And you know, there's been a lot of concern, and so naturally, you know, there's a question here. You know, I appreciate Mr. McKinney's you know, expertise and his commentary. I might just add that as to the preservation of green space and historic parks, I think that there are precedents of really wonderful urban parks that have developed permanent structures over time. I mean, we can look to, you know, wonderful parks in Madrid that have, you know, places that people visit and enjoy, and structures that become a part of the park. But the idea of putting something temporary there, when this assistant city manager just told us that after 7 years they haven't found any, it really doesn't give us much confidence that the next 7 years they will. I mean, the city's not getting less dense. We're not growing more space. You know, it's the other way around. So, I mean, I don't think it's the question before us, but I would really encourage the city of Miami Beach to look for a permanent solution in the master plan they're already developing here. I mean, if they're to do it, I understand that they're, you know, designing a permanent replacement for the POW or the youth center. I mean, why couldn't that incorporate a permanent solution, for example? Or if there was going to be, if this was the site and the city decided this is where they're going to put a daycare, well then, you know, go for something that's permanent but really tasteful and great for the kids and for the residents alike. I'm not up to speed with how the park master plan has unfolded, but the little glimpses I see are covered with concrete sidewalks. I don't know why there's so many sidewalks in a place where you want a lot of green space. I don't know. So, I mean, in my view, I agree. This is not what we've seen today. Is a kind of a developed concept plan. It's not yet the building that's being proposed, so it's hard to judge it, in fact. And so I think that the only viable solution for us is to send this back to the city. Usually when we do that, we give them some direction, right? And I don't know that we can tell the city, go find another site, because there's, you know, that's not what not what we're being asked to decide.
But you can, if you are inclined to continue the application, you can make design recommendations of the types of things that you'd like to see that are within your authority, so that staff can go back to their team and bring back something that reflects what the board would like to see.
So now I'm going to share my very personal comment, which may not be part of what people here are into. Okay? But I happen to think that a temporary structure there should be a framed structure. I think that City of Miami Beach has a history of framed structures in its very early history. I've seen on the years I've been on this board, many frame structures disappear. Those tend to be wood frame structures. They tend to be small footprints. They tend to be elevated from the ground. It seems to be the intent of the design here, which is why I was asking about crawl space and building width. And if it's a more narrow building, it's a smaller roof, which is less imposing visually for people who don't want to see a big roof towering through the canopy. I would encourage the city, if they're going to pursue a temporary structure, that it can be something that can easily be hauled in and hauled out. That means maybe there's a limitation on the width of the module, and we should be talking about the module of construction and what that is like. Again, I think that we based on what we've heard today, there's no reason for us to think that we're going to find a new location in the next 7 years. So I would shy away from the temporary solution and go for a permanent solution now. But if what we're being asked to do is respond on the idea for a design, a proposal for a temporary structure, those are things that I would encourage. And now, while we don't see frame structures immediately around here, what we see are masonry structures. I don't think that it's incongruous for us to talk about a masonry structure as a temporary structure. So I would dig deep in the city's rich architectural history and take a nod from the early wood frame structures, even if it's a different material. My comment. I think we've all had a chance to comment. Can we go ahead and see if anybody has a motion? Is there something else to discuss?
Just quickly, I think we have to keep in mind that when somebody wanted to build a skate park, everybody said, great idea, but not my backyard. When we want a new firehouse, great idea, not my backyard. Oh, we need to have daycare. Great idea, not in my backyard. I think what we have to do right now is to decide if the backyard currently chosen in Flamingo Park is acceptable before we ask the city to spend more money and more time to come back to us, only for us to say no to that. So I think that's an important thing that we need to decide today. Thank you.
Nick, so as to the question of the siting.
I think you can the board can make a recommendation about siting, but you have an application before you for a specific property. The board doesn't typically decide where the subject of an application is, so I think you can make recommendations, but your authority is limited again to the appropriateness criteria.
Can I ask a question of our fellow board, just to try to maybe home in on something here? If the city had given us perhaps a more cogent, comprehensive plan, one that didn't appear so conceptual in nature, do you think that we would be a little bit closer, in this discussion? And therefore, what materials would they need, to your point, Rick, to present, at next board meeting or the following board meeting? Because I do agree with John totally. And what Lindsay, I think, said too as well, is that, I want to be a partner. I want our board to be a partner with the city. They noticed a very, very, huge demand that is will now be non-existent. And you can argue private sector, public sector, whatever you want, till the cows come home. But the reality is that there are private actors that provide these services. And there's a bond that, an obligation that the city has enunciated to its residents and to the children that are getting this service. So I want to be solution oriented, and I want to figure out the next time that they come here, what is it that we're looking for?
As far as the site, where it's going to be, I think that we certainly do, within the applicant's property boundary, we make recommendations and decisions about where a building will be, how close to the property line, how much of the site it will take up. And here, the site is all of Flamingo Park. It's one ownership. So if we decide there's another location in the park that's more compatible with a daycare, then this green open space area, I think it would be and I think that there are more appropriate locations in the park that wouldn't take away the green space, and that would be part of my motion, is that we would find another location. I think towards the south end of the park.
I think that based on what Nick said, you could make a recommendation to the city commission, I think. Nick?
I was just thinking about Mr. Reed's suggestion, and I know what he's referring to is typically when an application is for a specific property, you have made decisions based on moving a structure a little bit this way or that way. Is that what you're thinking of, Mr. Reed?
Well, yeah, because Flamingo Park is all owned by the city of Miami Beach. So
right, but Flamingo Park, the entirety is a rather large
I know,
area.
but it's not like there's already a map or an ordinance approved that says daycare structures are approvable in this location, but not other parts of Flamingo Park. So I think if it would be approvable in this location in Flamingo Park, it would be approvable in any location because it's a government use. Well, I'm not concluding that it is because it's a park use, but as a government use, I know the government has a lot more flexibility than private landowners with what they do on the property.
I mean, I think if it sounds like the board is sort of heading toward a continuance anyway. I think if you'd like staff to, as part of the follow-up to look at other parts of Flamingo Park, again, it's going to be up to ultimately the city commission and the administration as to citing. There are a lot of other programs in this particular park that I'm sure staff has
where's
reviewed.
the space in this park based on the map that we have? I don't see any space. So I kind of find this to be a pointless exercise, to be honest with you.
There's no space there. Why?
No, I see this space for where, as it currently is envisioned. I actually can't find a space on this map for anything else.
If I can make a comment, Chair, where I struggle, one of the other struggles that I have with this is because I've seen this come before us in so many different iterations, and I do know that they have, I don't know how extensively, but I do know that they have shopped different locations within the park, in the parking lot, they've looked at a lot of different things, and like I said, I'm very conflicted on this. I don't know which way I fall or whether I want to go one way or the other, and I'm trying to fit it within the certificate of appropriateness criteria. But I do know that they've shopped a lot of things, and I think that maybe one of the pieces of information that we weren't offered here, I've heard it in the past, both when the GeoBond was originally going forward or being promoted, and then throughout the last 8 years that I've lived here. I mean, it's been brought up a lot. So I know they've shopped other locations within the footprint of the park, including the parking lot and whatnot. And so we're missing some of that information. And if we do continue this, assuming that we do continue, so I think that's where we're going, some of that information as background would be helpful in the applicant's submission to us to further educate the board. I mean, I will say, quite frankly, I think that the submission was rather thin given what this is. And to the point of location, we don't have the right to tell a property owner where to build or something like that. But there are a lot of times we say this project doesn't fit within the neighborhood. I mean, that has happened time and time again. And I'm not necessarily saying that we should do that here, but I've seen it. And to our chair's point, he thinks that we should go the route of a permanent structure, and I think that is the concern of the neighborhood, sadly, is that they will permanently lose the green space that they weren't supposed to, which is contrary to the master plan. So, if there was another option that they can present that's workable, I'd love to see it. I just don't know that it exists.
To go one further
can
with
I jump
you,
in here?
Sean?
Yeah, 1 second. I was only to kind of jump on Lindsay's point. It kind of occurred to me that we have that there are two issues here. One is the issue of trust in the process, that the city has gone through the process, and I think giving them more time, which not only show us we're important, but they show the public that they really have tried to go through other options. And looking at where this can go, and maybe they find some other options of where it can go, hearing our conversations about that. The other one is, so one is a trust about place, and the other is a trust about time. And the trust about time is really, is this project going to be temporary? And so if it is, then show us a plan for how, like what happens afterwards? How is it taken down and moved apart, and kind of what is that cost? It has to be built into the project. It's part of it was kind of a comment rather than it being part of the plan. If I was building a temporary shed in the back of my yard and I knew it was going to go to someplace else, I would have to know how much it costs to take it down again. I would have to know how much it costs to transport it to wherever it's going. I believe these markets exist. I just think that's when I said we needed to be a partner on this. We needed to build trust that these two aspects of this project, which are part of the certificate of appropriateness, time and place, are both satisfied.
Thank you for that. So, Ray and Lindsay, you want to ladies first?
I just wanted to make one clarifying comment. And I know I've not done a good job about this, so perhaps we all can. Differentiating between Flamingo Park, as in the park space, and Flamingo Park, the greater neighborhood. So I know they've shopped locations both within the Flamingo Park itself as well as elsewhere in the neighborhood. But I mean, both of those I think are valid because, as mentioned earlier, and I will say this, I assumed this was the case, but it was the first time today that I'd heard it, that all but one of their existing students lives in the 33139 zip code. Or, well, they said that zip code, I assume 33139, because that is the zip code there. So I just wanted to clarify between neighborhood and park itself.
And the only thing is I would like to think that they have looked over all of Flamingo Park, but we can ask them to come back to us and say, we looked at these 4 areas within Flamingo Park. We picked this area because it's next to the sewer line, because it's next to water. But they might find the exact same thing over where the tennis center used to be. I mean, there used to be bathrooms and everything there, so I'm assuming that all of that is available over on that side of the park, so that, we're looking at, different options. And remember, it is a temporary structure, and yes, temporary is going to be 7 to 10 years, but it's still temporary, and there will be something else. And for us to also look at, when you say we should already know what the cost is going to be to take it down in 7 or 10 years, I'm sorry, the costs that you look at today are going to be way different 7 to 10 years from now. So all you have to do is get the commitment that they are going to take it down, and it's not our responsibility to know where the money comes from to do that, just that they've made the commitment to do it. Thank you.
That we continue it, and we continue it so that the staff can either give us more concrete plans and also, to consider other locations. The locations I'd like them to consider, this is part of my motion. Number 1, youth center. This Flamingo Park master plan shows that the planned project for the youth center, the targeted completion date is summer 2028. More than 5 years from now. What would it cost to modify those plans so that there will also be space for daycare there? I don't know. Is that possible, that it could be part of the youth center plans? Also, looking at this map of the track, for example, on the west side of the track, there's a little structure there in the green space. What about multi-use? Why couldn't there be daycare there on the west side? Or for the track where the bleachers are? Maybe a mixed use for a stadium and daycare underneath the bleach. I don't know. And there's also, you can see on the east side of the park, a little structure there adjacent to the youth center and an adjacent building, which is used for. I'd like them to look at that part too, because there are already structures there. It's off of 11th Street. These are not green space, open space areas. There are active parts of the park. I'd like to know whether these locations are feasible and why not.
Okay, and just I would only I'm only interjecting to remind the board again that your decisions have to be made based on the criteria. So I've been taking notes, and towards the end of the board's discussion, Mr. Chairman, you made a comment about potentially exploring a framed structure. Are there any other comments that the board would like to provide staff that relate specifically to the appropriateness criteria?
Well, mine is appropriateness, because I'm saying within the property owned by the city, that's not an appropriate location. It's not compatible. So I'm looking for a more compatible location. So that I'm fulfilling.
Okay, so he's trying to make a motion. Is there a way that we can take what he said and...
Well, the motion would be to continue the application. I think if we have a motion to continue and a second, and it's approved, then I think it would be helpful to give the applicant some clearer direction as, in terms of, number one, we didn't hear much about how you feel about the design, the general design. I understand that it's, you don't believe it's developed enough and you want to see a lot more detail. But I think we should give a little bit clearer direction as to that. But once we have a motion accepted and adopted to continue the application.
Yeah, and I think what I hear that Stuart is asking for is a kind of analysis that leads to a decision on the site plan. Like why that site, not another site on there. They've probably gone through that process, right? Because they didn't just think of this from one day to the next. And so perhaps, and I don't know, you tell me if this is appropriate, to ask that they share what that analysis was like and why this is the preferred site, because it's not readily apparent. Is that fair, Stuart? Is that along the lines?
Well, I'd like alternative sites to be considered, the ones that I identified, because it appears to me they might be better suited for daycare.
So can we identify those clearly as the youth center scheduled to be built in 2028?
Yes.
Has that been considered as a site? Is it? And you
Or
also mentioned the west end up against Alton Road.
Yes.
Was that considered as a site? And if so, then perhaps they can share any drawings or analysis that led to their decision one way or the other.
And the east end of the track. Either end of the track, the west and east ends, to know if they're appropriate.
Okay, so those are three potential sites that he would like to know.
And it's perfectly appropriate to ask the applicant to return to discuss those sites and whatever background information they may have already have on those areas.
Are we making, because I have another idea for another motion that could also go along with this, or would you like to make them all separate?
Well, we have a motion on the table which I think we have to follow through on.
Right, but
if he wants to amend my motion, I might agree.
It's specific to what Debbie said about us giving instruction to the applicant. So I think, don't we have to?
That doesn't necessarily
Illuminate that
need to be part of a motion. The motion would need to be to continue.
Right.
Which I think we have on the table, plus we have a motion to require the applicant to come back and present information with regard to alternative locations and what information the city has on the possibility of any alternative
Could we also add to that the city also comes back to us with a little more fleshing out of the designs that are here, but perhaps with the vendors that you've reached out to, so we kind of understand if what we're looking at is really real?
Yeah, and
I think
I just want to be clear, because the city has a very strict procurement process.
Right.
We cannot dictate, just like we can't a private property owner saying you have to use this contractor, you have to use this brand of window. We cannot and should not be telling people what products they have to use, but they could bring some more detail in terms of examples of companies they're looking at. And yeah, I mean, I think it's understood that the board wants a lot more detail. I think what's not clear is design changes that the board would like to see. I know, Mr. Lopez, you have stated some on the record.
Can I jump in on that point? Do you mind, Rick? I was just maybe thinking about the criteria E, which is the purpose for which the district was created, and criteria F might help. which is the relationship of the size, design, and siting of any new or reconstructed structure to the landscape of the district. I'm thinking that these two, if they were guidelines for the discussion that's created by the city, it might help us, for example, if this building, if, for example, they find a building that's somehow out of the park, then that would be kind of satisfying those, like in a rented space in another building that the city owns already. That would be ideal and would kind of satisfy that. But even within the park, if they're attached to or very closely adjacent to an existing building, I think like an add-on, like a temporary add-on to an existing building, I think we would have an easier time saying that this context actually works. So I would say focusing on those two criteria, which were really, I thought, the ones that we were most stumbling on in this application, would maybe help. And those are two that this board looks at.
Yeah,
You know
I
what I'm
think,
saying?
I mean, the purpose of the historic district, why it was created, was to preserve the contributing buildings, which this does. This has no impact on that, and to preserve the character of the historic district as a whole. My opinion, you know my opinion, is that the placement, adjacent to the lodge, adjacent to the street, across from one-story single-family home buildings, next to a one-story lodge building, did that rather than put it somewhere else. So I don't know if
maybe closer to an existing building, not the lodge.
I mean,
but
I think
that's what I'm thinking, because I think you're right in going in that direction. That's the argument that I would have made if I were you. But I don't think that. I think we need maybe a little bit more, and maybe this little bit more time will help us to really understand where this is going, where this is coming from, and where it's going.
My only concern with attaching it to an existing building is it becomes more permanent. Well, I'm just saying that the opportunity that it could be more permanent.
Well, it offers the opportunity to connect to existing electrical service, existing plumbing and drainage.
Two things. So one, to that point, I think not losing the green space that. And by the way, the history, I don't know if everyone knows this, and I know David will correct me if I'm wrong at some point, but this space adjacent to the tot lot where where it's currently proposed to go was always supposed to be green space, but at some point I believe it was taken for like storage of like
it was property management.
Property management, that
had
sort
a
of thing.
facility there.
Had a facility,
there was no
exactly.
green space there.
And one of the things, as part of either GeoBond or the master plan, was to give that back as green space. And then we got it back for like a split second. Then it's been FPL staging area. So just to kind of give you an idea of the master plan. To your comment, John and Rick, perhaps, and I get where you're going, Ray, with the more permanent structure, but I think that I might be more amenable to a more permanent structure if it were in a space that is accompanying the existing permanent structures, as opposed to this, and I'm going to use this in quotes, and I like I said, I trust that everyone intends for it to be temporary, but a lot of times temporary things become permanent. So this temporary structure in the green space, I might be more amenable to it, sited nearer to existing permanent structures. The final comment, the one that I was going to make earlier, when Stuart was talking about various different options in siting, I do know at one point, and how fully baked this was at that time, I don't know. At one point, they talked about using the parking lot that's on 11th and Jefferson, and using that space for the temporary structure. And for various reasons, that wasn't good. It wasn't a great site. I think one of those reasons was just from a parking standpoint. I mean, that space right there, surrounded by PAL, Boys and Girls Club, the swimming pool, and the tennis center, is very actively used. I do not know, however, Monica's going to shoot me, but that's okay, if we ever looked at the north lot, and whether or not that is heavily used, and if it's even a potential possibility. And I say north parking lot, not a north lot in North Beach, to be clear. And the reason I say that is perhaps that would be, we're not losing the green space. I'm trying to come up with a solution, and maybe it's already been workshopped. That one I do not remember hearing mentioned, so that's why I'm asking. And I don't know how heavily used that is, even when, for example, the baseball field is being used. So that would be a question. I'd like to hear that information when they come back.
So we would normally, with a motion and a second, we would vote, but we would want to have clear direction given. And there's been a lot of...
And that could be given after the vote,
Okay.
because it's not a...
Now, I also see that we have, the representatives from Capital Improvement here. I think they're eager to chime in. Should we hear from them before we make a vote, now that they've heard a lot of our concerns?
I just have one other question to ask, Rick, that you can maybe bring up. Is just a soft question to the board, is if they were to come back with a permanent location within Flamingo Park that was acceptable to us, would we say yes, or are we absolutely saying we only want a temporary structure? Like I said, because I think that would help them in terms of what to come back to us with.
I'd like
so
to
that's just a little soft question.
clarify that question: neighborhood or park?
Oh, in the park. In the park. Sorry. I mean, like where you talk, like maybe in that north lot that doesn't get used that much, or maybe close to one of the buildings that are already built right there where it's already, not necessarily, it could become part of a master plan because it's not really taking up any green space. I'm just throwing that out as a question. If they come back to us with something that's more permanent, would we absolutely say no, so don't bother wasting your time, or we could possibly consider yes?
If I could just chime in, because it's not this anyone in this room's decision if it's a permanent structure or not. If it looks more permanent, would be something this board could discuss. But I don't think. I mean, right now the city has committed to finding as quick as possible, and that is important, a solution for the daycare, so that they're not left, without a viable place to go when construction starts on the fire station. Whether or not the permanent structure, the final location, is in the park or somewhere else, or in Collins Park, maybe, who knows, right? That's not up to this board's decision, or really anyone in this room. That is a policy decision as to where a permanent facility, whether it's a leased facility or something that we build or renovate or something else. So I think we should focus in on, if you want it to look more permanent, that's an option that you could give direction for. I think the Flamingo Park neighborhood in general would not support a permanent daycare in the park, but again, that hasn't been proposed. So yes, it's temporary. It may be there for a long time, but it's not permanent.
Temporary could be the rest of our lives.
Well, our lives are temporary.
So you guys are here. I'm sure you've studied this and are eager to share your thoughts. So maybe you could help inform us a little bit more so we can make a better decision.
Thank you for recognizing us. Yes, the key, I think, for us is really the total master plan, the youth center building being one of the last components that's going to be built. We have an issue where we have a functioning building that provides services year-round, and we have to keep that functioning while we replace the youth center building. So any use that is going to take away parking spaces, because I know that's something that was mentioned by the community, is going to be an issue, because we do need to look at how we phase that new building in while we get rid of the old and still remain functional. I don't know if you're with me on that. Right. So if we said there was a recommendation to put it on the 11th Street parking lot, we're going to reduce parking in the park when we do that, and then when we go into construction, we're going to further reduce parking. So any concept of using whether the 11th Street parking lot or the North parking lot is going to have an impact immediately if we place it on the parking lot, but also it affects the sequencing of work once we get into the design of the Flamingo Youth Center. That's the first point. So we did look at the parking lots. It's not that we overlooked it. We kind of have to figure out how all these projects are going to get completed. One of the other things that was mentioned, I believe, the area east of the existing PAL building, that also is part of the area that we're considering to redevelop as part of the Flamingo Youth Center. There is a feasibility study that is ongoing to develop a program for the Flamingo Youth Center. That includes the PAL building, and it includes the Parks and Recs functions as a part of the GeoBond funding. And there's also an option that we're looking at to see how the daycare facility can fix within that, and what kind of budget would be required to include that into a facility, a self-contained facility, rather than, but as you see, the timeline for that is 2028, and the fire station project is now. So this is why we're asking for a temporary location while we continue to pursue and develop this project. And that's why when you asked about the period, I said 5 to 7 years is realistic, because that's typically, how long it takes us to develop a project and get things going. But these are the reasons why we thought this location. And if you notice the location, I don't know if you're able to pull up the site plan, but it's tucked away as far as it can from the butterfly gardens to allow the maximum amount of the butterfly gardens to be installed. And that's scheduled to begin, I think, in January or February of next year. And then, we actually have our playground area that is tucked into so we're really trying to tuck it away so it doesn't really affect the function of the park temporarily while we continue to develop the project for the permanent location of the project. But we have thought about other locations within the park, and we have thought about phasing of work and so forth. It was not an...
Did you look at the location to the west of the arena track?
We did not consider that, but I know that area is the area that's used for staging track events. And right now there's a complaint that they don't have enough space to the east of the park. So whenever they have an event, that's the area where they put up tents and all of the athletes are staged there. So we really did not look into that space.
The area where the tennis stadium used to be?
I'm not sure if we did anything with that. I'm not aware of anything there. Yeah, the staging.
No,
it's 36 acres, but as we begin to develop the master plan, we have to look at the pieces and how the first people have all the space in the world, the first project, but that last project is going to struggle to have space. And the last project is the building. It's a youth center building.
Okay, I appreciate that. Was there something else that you wanted to add?
Well, I wanted to speak to the design of the building. The module, the 50 by 70 or 75 foot building that we came up with that working with the various modular building manufacturers, so that it's basically 4 to 6 modular buildings that are then nailed together when they're brought to the site. So we have been working with modular manufacturers, but as Debbie alluded to, there's a procurement process involved in that where there's only so much juice you can squeeze from that orange before they stops giving juice. So, and I know we're in the process now of trying to winnow that down to a final manufacturer. So, and that was one of the reasons the way we put the design together. It was it's a box. It's a modular building. So those, that 50 feet is, the modulars come in 10, 12 foot widths. They're brought on trucks. They're put together. We tried to go with modular stairs, modular ramps, the modular canopy system is, all those are prefabricated elements that we were not only could be brought and manufactured relatively quickly because of the time frame everyone's under, but they could also be taken apart and removed pretty quickly as well. So what we did is we added really gingerbread to the modular building itself, which I think staff alluded to. It's like it doesn't look like a typical modular building because we're applying what we got away from and what we talked about with Colette and staff is that if you just hire a modular building person, they're going to come and they're going to give you their basic modular building. They're going to stick it. You're going to get a little roof, and they'll be gone in a few weeks, and you move on. What we tried to do was take it up another notch, working within some of the parameters that we are aware of, so that we could enhance that building and not make it look like a temporary building. And like I said in my presentation, with regards to the vernacular that we chose that one because it was compatible with the modular building. It's a frame structure, although it's not a permanent frame structure, and it allows us to kind of add those items to it relatively easily. And that's sort of where we were going with that. So we're sort of trying to understand, where we are, where the board feels on that item there. And then that floor plan is something we developed with the end user, so that we could get the most number of kids in the least amount of space is the best way I think we could say that.
Okay, thank you for the additional clarification. We have a motion on the table. And I think what our job is to be more clear with the guidance that we're going to be giving to them to develop. What I'm hearing is that the permanent youth center, there may still be time to integrate a permanent daycare into that, right? And it's going to be years away, in which case they need a temporary solution. And they're looking at a temporary solution, having considered many other locations around the city, around the park. They arrived at this particular location. I'll point out that this particular location, according to their site plan, is set back from the street almost 100 feet. Now, we review buildings all the time that are set back from the street 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet, but, it's set back really far. So I think perhaps one thing that you could consider is getting it closer to the street so that it doesn't occupy so much of the green space. So for the residents who use the park and want the green space, it's not jutting into the green space as much. I see there are trees in the area. That's probably what you're going to say next. And then to that, I would say a thinner footprint might help you work around the trees or integrate a tree and frame it into a courtyard. Back to my previous comment about instead of making one big box, use the smaller module to frame around an outdoor space. Maybe you incorporate a tree into a courtyard, but I would like to see a version of this that's not set back from the street 100 feet. Perhaps there's a version where it can get much closer to the street, project less into the green space, not be so close to the existing lodge, and actually be temporary because we know that there's a permanent solution as part of the city's master plan for the park to be integrated into the future youth center.
Yeah, I think that would help to address some of the criteria that's part of our jurisdiction, which is kind of the relationship and the siting to the landscape of the district. And I don't think any of us felt really comfortable with it being floating in the middle of this butterfly garden, untethered, kind of, as it were. But also with that would come a parking plan. If people are walking, then biking, where the bike, all this other stuff that would be about how it would be temporary. But then I really think the other question that you addressed about time would be approaching with this ordinance if not a promise, at least an expectation that the permanent home has been identified and that there will be another review that will come up for that. But it's not just a thing out there, like someplace sometime we'll find something. So I think that's a great idea.
Did that work?
Well, and I would just...
I think pulling it closer to the street is very clear, and we can sit down with the applicant to see the feasibility of that. That's clear that we can explore that.
Yeah, and as they get closer to trees, existing trees that they want to protect, it might behoove them to work with a smaller footprint that can work around the trees as a way of getting closer to the street and eating up less space of the middle of the park.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts in terms of the needs, in terms of the number of child, that they need. Programmatically, I think is tricky. I don't know if there's an option, and we don't have this information because we're just throwing things out there. If we could relocate trees, that may be not feasible in the budget. That may not be feasible to have healthy trees be, I don't know. But there is going to be a tree issue. I think, yes, technically the structure could be shrunk, but then it's likely going to fall short of the programmatic requirements.
I don't mean to shrink it. I just mean to reduce the footprint, which means it's more like a bar building than a big box building, which also means it might have more natural light for the kids, which is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. And we had mentioned earlier the importance of perhaps having a covered outdoor space for the children if they're in the playground and it starts raining or something.
Yeah, I think we can certainly, that's very clear that we can sit down and explore those options.
Do we need to add anything else before we put it to a vote?
No, I think that's clear. Were there any specific recommendations on material, color, texture, any architectural elements, roofing materials, any specific direction
I think,
on that?
Yeah, as much as it can look like an authentic vernacular Florida building and not like a temporary trailer would be best.
And I think we can bring back specifications, or maybe not exact specifications, but more examples of the materials. Maybe we can work with them to get some material samples.
If we could see even photos of buildings that have been done, like, even if it's not this one, but also a rendering. I mean, I know the capabilities exist. We see it every time every project comes before us. Right now I presume this building isn't going to be a white building with black lines on it, but maybe that's what it's going to look like. I think it's just a drawing, a representation, but not really a rendering. And being able to see the rendering would be helpful, because it's hard for me to say, I think you should change this color when I don't even know what color you're proposing.
Very good.
I wanted to propose that maybe one of the design criteria be kind of really what would the design of a 2028 temporary building look like, so that it's really about recyclable materials, so that the children learn about how, we're not in a throwaway, try to keep away from the throwaway. I like that the module was able to be reused, but I think that, anything that that was added to it could be about its environmental character. If it's temporary in a park for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, it should be educational, I think. And could we have an opportunity to do something on a small scale that could really model, be a model for the city?
Okay, so unless there's anything else, the motion was to continue. I would recommend the June 13th meeting, so that we have some time to sit with the applicant. Does the maker of the motion accept that?
What date?
June 13th?
Sure.
Okay. If there's nothing more, I can, all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know how patient you guys must be.
Okay, we have one discussion item. I had already noted the rooftop addition item will be heard at the May meeting. The remaining discussion item was a follow-up regarding questions that the board had regarding AIPP projects and how that works. So I did receive some additional information from Brandy Reddick. She is the Cultural Affairs Manager who manages the AIPP program. So that Art in Public Places program is funded by 2% of the city capital construction costs. So the hard costs of any city construction project, 2% of that money is transferred to the AIPP allocation. So I think the question we had at the last meeting was, well, how does that money get spent? Where does it go? And the answer to that is that it's the Art in Public Places Committee that reviews and makes recommendations to the city commission as to what are appropriate sites for public works of art. And these would be works of art on public land or in public, other public property. So there is a commission, and then finally it's the city commission that would either adopt the recommendation or not adopt the recommendation of the committee as to where to spend the money and where the appropriate place is to place art. So to follow up on Mr. Breslin's question, it's not mandatory that if money is collected from a project, a city project in Collins Park, it's not mandatory that that money be spent to install art in Collins Park.
My reason I asked that is I know that when all the money was collected for the convention center, all of that public art went into the convention center site. So that's why I was asking. Thank you.
No, I didn't know that information either, so thank you, because now I'm more knowledgeable as well. So I appreciate you asking me the question so I could learn a little bit more about other city departments. With that, I have nothing else. Our next meeting is May 9th. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Debbie and Jake and Nick.
Motion to adjourn?
Yeah, let's adjourn this thing.
Let's adjourn.